And can you quickly post your email in the chat? That way I can email you these files.
Oh yeah, sure.
The Machina lost an arm when I was trying to break him out of the mold. And then also one of the horns on his helmet. This looks really rough. Though that would allow paint to stick to it better. Little chunks.
Okay. Send it there. Should be good. Good to have everybody back. Our first Fleecemayne Lion Company, first game of the year. I know we're down a couple parties. I know that Benji told me that he might not be back until he gets like his situation together because he's just been having so many issues technically. So hopefully we get him back. And I know Shay's been a little busy with family and stuff. So we'll if they hop in, I'm sure they'll be in. Terms of, I'll just give a quick recap, I guess, on where we're at right now. And with so many things going on in the world of Theros, this party particularly has been at odds with this whole idea of Calyx trying to sail to the end of the world for glory and riches, and that with at odds with other aspects like Rakira wanting to go to the Oreskos Mountains to find out more information on who killed his family. But we've also had things starting to gel, starting to tie themselves together, where we have completed and the bident of Thassa and actually presented it back to her. Osiren was actually had his chance to actually go with his god, and she, instead, seeing that he was willing to stay with the party and kind of maybe even do her will, or maybe she can call on them again, she decides to grant them and allow him to borrow or hold on to the bident for safekeeping. I did send you you have all the rules for it and everything, right? Oh, you know what I was supposed to add is
you can put it. It's in D&D Beyond.
It's minor and major properties I have not added. So at the moment, we'll that was my fault. I won't roll those or add those now, but we'll imagine that you're like attuning to it. So right now you at least have the plus properties and whatever is listed, which is, I know it's a lot.
When I pull it up on the D&D Beyond,
yeah,
the way it kind of
reads,
I'm not sure, but it says at 25 piety, it's a 1 random minor, and at 50 piety, it's a major. Or is that in addition to it?
Let me see. Magic items.
That's just from D&D Beyond. Yeah.
Yeah, let me see what it is here. Computer's a little slow. Or D&D, or actually I think it's D&D Beyond. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, the bident is Basidelicus 2-pronged weapon, gifted of Perforos. So it's a +3 bonus attack, magical weapon. When you hit with the bident, you also deal an extra, in addition to bident damage, normal, you would deal 2d10 cold damage. So I'm sending this to you right now, CERN.
Oh, I have it.
Oh, you have it. Okay, actually, so you have all that.
I have it
and
loaded
then,
as equipment. Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. And then where's your piety level right now?
It's at, I think it's 13.
13. So then you can breathe, which you can already breathe underwater, and you gain swimming speed of 60 feet.
Yeah, which
and
is
then
fast.
You've got command the deep.
You're gonna win our next race.
Yeah,
that's right.
You've got command the deep. I don't know if you see that there. You've got aquatic metamorphosis.
That's
true
wicked.
Polymorph.
Yeah.
And then you've so those two, command the deep and aquatic metamorphosis. So yep.
Just got transformed into a kraken.
You can be the monster that the tentacle is summoned from.
Ooh.
So it basically is, I think it's polymorph other, because it says you can cast it and turn the creature into a kind of a creature that has innate swim speed. So if
transform our enemies into clams.
Yeah. So if someone was coming at me, then I could boom turn them into a big fish and they would die there.
How about a little minnow?
Or
Just
even
keep
a
it
little
small.
minnow, right?
Wait, what are you
Yeah.
saying? You're saying, what does it say for you? It says you can cast. Say that one more
So
time.
aquatic metamorphosis says you can cast a true polymorph spell,
Mhm.
DC 18 from
Yep.
the Bident, but you must cast it on a creature
Yep.
and turn it into a kind of creature that has innate swimming speed.
Speed. Got it. I see that now. Yep.
Once used, the property of this Bident can't be used until the next dusk.
So you use it on other creatures. Got it. That's.
Right.
And then
I
you
think
got.
what it's, or I think actually what's specifying, because true polymorph works on everything, on objects too. So I think when it says creature, it means, because you can target yourself even though it says creature.
Okay. Okay.
I'm pretty sure, but
must
yeah, you
cast it on a
touch. So like
creature
with
to turn.
fly, it's like you touch a willing creature, and that willing
Yeah.
creature can't be yourself.
Yeah. So he's saying, yeah, they're basically saying it could be yourself or someone else, but it has to have a swimming speed. So it's only for water or aquatic
So then I
based
could
creatures.
boom pop into a kraken if I'm in the water.
But I guess, well, because the horse could have, yeah, as long as the creature stat wise has a swimming speed.
How about a giant alligator or
Giant octopus.
like
giant
those
octopus.
those
Right.
giant or dinosaur things. The
Dragon
with the-
turtle.
Yeah.
I don't think a
There you
kraken
go.
is what is it? Kraken is considered. Let's see, non-magical shapeshifter.
Does it have a swim speed?
Well, evidently, clearly does. Yeah,
It should have like a CR limit, because I mean it's like you can,
that's what I'm.
if you could
looking
be
for.
any creature that
It's
that
the CR
swims,
is like
then-
our level, I think. So the highest thing we could be is a CR6 creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I saw.
That's
it.
where that's
Yeah.
that's what true polymorph allows. So yeah,
Okay.
that makes
Yeah.
sense.
I mean, it's because like if you can be any creature that swims, what's stopping from being
No,
the
kraken
Demogorgon?
is way out of control.
Yeah, but I mean, I was saying Demogorgon.
Even on
he can
land,
swim
just-
too.
We are totally having this discussion in the party, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, we're like okay. my spells look
Inversely-
like this.
No, seriously.
Like,
Like, what other monsters can you guys think of that are more powerful than a kraken?
Demogorgon?
Inversely,
Or like
Dragon
what-
turtle?
What,
The
what
dragon
in the
turtle
range?
would be
If this power were to come up again in a combat situation, like say we were fighting like the same sort of thing that we fought to get it in the first place, like what would you transform into in order to be able to use it most effectively?
inversely, when we set out to sea, we can polymorph a kraken into a crab and just keep it with us. And then when we need to, smash the crab, and then we got a kraken.
Well,
okay,
is there a limit on the size in addition to the creature's rating? Do we summon
Nope.
something that's a giant, like a giant turtle, in order to like basically just go there without having to get a boat?
From what I've read, it's just based on the CR value. So it has to be the same CR value as yourself.
All right. Can I
need
do a
to keep
nature
a
roll to find
bottle-
out the CR of a giant turtle?
I need to keep a bottle of
Really
water with
colossal turtle.
me. Just boom, minnow, pop it in, and then throw them out. That's awesome.
like Pokemon, but with fish. Actually, it's you.
Well, this was really getting the artifact was really, really exciting, and I greatly thank you. It was awesome.
But
So
no.
what did you think about meeting your god? I mean, that's
Yeah, no,
that's
Does it say-
exciting.
Yeah. I mean, as the robot, as the Warforged, or I mean, as the Anvil Rot, the mission was complete, so it's not like he's going to get like truly excited per se, but he feels the completeness of the mission. There, of course, there's going to be awe-inspiring because it's a being, and they're completely different. But it kind of, I think, as the Anvil Rot, it synergizes or focuses everything for his mission, because he was.
So what are your operating parameters for this mission? And what's the what's the mindset, or what I'm really
New
what I'm
objective.
really trying to get to is what's your character's alignment, or like why who's your character, and like,
So right
why
now,
does he-
I would say
why
that.
does he fight for what he fights for?
Right. So I'd say right now,
What is that?
Siren would be
Minifigure. Why are you in
neutral
here?
Hmm.
as a balance, and then
What do you mean you don't know?
I was
You're
thinking
in.
about
I just
this
got
earlier. Thassa doesn't know who broke the Bident, and I think she would want to know who broke the Bident and who actually did it. So I need to actually find the person, and the mission is find that person and bestow upon him the ocean's fury. and try to do that part right there. So I think truly going from Osiren the gift, he should now become Osiren the envoy, right? And his job is to let others understand.
Change colors.
Yeah, oh, yeah. But let others understand that
Get
the
evil
gift
robot eyes.
and the power of the ocean, how it is. It gives life and it takes life. So it's about that balance.
All right.
So as I'm listening to you all, I'll just kind of assume that we've kind of started as you guys are kind of role playing. We find the party having these conversations on their downtime on this little fisherman's vessel that they took down the coast to Neolanton. And you are about 8 hours on the water. You've made one stop that morning, and it's kind of late in the day or towards the end of the day. And you've kind of circled back around. If you've on the map of THEROS where you go from Neolanton, you're kind of going back up the coast. You all are having these conversations, but I'm sure you've also made it, I don't know if you've made it clear to the captain of this little fisherman's vessel that you all were just kind of paying to be kind of ferried there, that you plan to, at some point, unless I'm mistaken, at the end of last episode, it seemed like we were planning to go to Asphodel. You do notice.
Yeah, Jack has this great plan. I'm sorry, Calyx. Calyx, yes. Tell me about your plan again.
And before I turn it back over to you all, I think you also noticed that, if you're looking at the map, you could sail up to the shore or go back towards the shore and then go into Asphodel I'm just saying this so that it's something to think about, and go in from the mainland or going on the feet, or you could try to convince this captain that you're with now to take you kind of across and drop you off in kind of that dark swampland closer to across the water, basically going by foot or going on the water. Something to consider if that's where you're going, but I'll turn it back over to you all.
Do we have to cross the swampland either way?
Either way, there's some swampland that probably needs to be crossed.
After all the swampland that we have already crossed, I vote we stay on the boat.
I vote we just go to the beach or something.
Just have a beach episode.
The running in slow-mo.
Each episode it is, if you want to.
Oh yeah.
If you want to.
But then if we go straight to the beach, and that's the longer walk through the swamp, right?
Okay, well, look, here's my thing.
Okay.
You're dying. Is that not correct, Rakira?
Yes, I am dying.
You intentionally drank poison.
Well, I didn't know it was
ignoring
poison
our
at
pleas not
first.
to.
And so what I've noticed is you've noticed, Rakira, is over the time that ever since you drank that poison, you haven't coughing up blood or anything, but just recently, like right after, like within the last day, you have noticed a little fatigue, nothing that's actually affecting you in any way, and you do hear Rakira cough from time to time. But you've kind of tried to keep it to yourself and be in good spirits.
I understand you being tough.
Well, I've been trying to hide it as much as I can, So
Yeah, I did, but it's kind of obvious, and it's something that we should look into and get addressed. So maybe we can do something about it before we
should
go
probably
to the
fix
city of
that,
undead
but-
people.
Will going straight to the beach be closer to getting some kind of potion, or should we go straight to the city?
Well, that's what I was thinking. I mean, let's assume that the swamp is going to have the same effects on us as a party. The things that we encountered, and prepare for them this time. Let's prepare for being poisoned. Let's prepare for being, noxious. Let's prepare for whatever we can. We know we're going into a city of undead.
But also for going there, if I remember correctly. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the swamp was a factor of the curse of Thassa. So the amount of swampland that was there was actually hyper, a lot more. So hopefully when we go there now, water has been restored and the amount of swamp would be less.
So if you guys, I don't know if you've seen my
I just
mouse.
think we should be prepared.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, so then you're down here in Neolanton, right? Down here where you've just gotten gotten the bite and restored, and the fishermen are going to continue on around the coast around this way. This is what I was talking about here. There could be a cut across to going on land there, or you, like you said, going back into Melitus or going back into this area that's more green before you head into this kind of swamp land that is around Asphodel, or in case you abandon Asphodel altogether. But that is, there is, the swamp is a part of the approach, and you guys, you know that. Another thing I'll add to what Bill was saying, or Siren, it's Thassa was drawing the water, therefore causing the drought. But then you remember uncovering that Thassa's hand was directly on that swamp. That could also be why that swamp was so treacherous.
I say we just cut across, see if we can get these guys to cut straight across the water, which I don't know if you guys would be opposed to me doing a little magic on them, but that's up for the party to decide.
Well, let's say that as a last case resort, not a first option.
That's smart.
Well, Rakira, I'm kind of looking at you. I mean, it's sort of your life on the line. I mean, what do you want to do?
Wasn't there a village before we could start cutting back that we can maybe get? Malcolm, do I know what would cure this poison at this point, or do I have to like investigate? Like,
you do not know. There's been nothing that, and honestly, you felt so fine. It's just starting, if anything, up until this point, even like Ohan and also Rakira almost forgot you were inflicted, right? So
yeah, no, I did forget.
You have noticed no major afflictions other than now this cough that is starting.
I would say for speed, if we were to walk the fine line between the dry land of the forest and the swamp to the right and the dry land to the left, we could be dropped off at that little village up top, and then just walk just slightly north of the swamp, but still, when we need to cut in, make it the shortest distance from point A to point B.
This raises the question of, do we know where we're going?
Does Calix know where Asphodel is?
Yeah. So he knows that you got to cross. We have to cross the swamp at any point. That's. But
yeah,
the main thing we have to
Asphodel
get
does
to,
have a port.
yeah, the main thing we have to do is get to that
fisherman's
port.
map. I would like to. I'd like to take a look at it if we could.
At what? Sorry,
The guy that we're
Fisherman's-
sailing, the guy
Yeah.
who.
The fisherman's
Does he have
map.
So
Yeah, does he have any maps?
he goes, as Dothan, ask him for his map. He goes, map. It keeps it all in here.
Well, describe the world to me, and we're trying to figure out, if I'm not mistaken, the shortest way, either by both land and sea, to get to Asphodel possible.
Why would you be wanting to go there?
Well, I'll leave the explanation to him.
Fair enough. Been sent on a mission by one of the gods to find. Your boat's lovely, but we need something a little bit better. I've been gifted something, and we need to go there.
Oh, the waters be dangerous there, and
They should be.
I'll just sell you back to the port, and you can go on foot. I can take you to the town of Krymnos, which is not too far away. Maybe a day's travel on foot before you enter the mire of Asphodel. That's fine. When we first got on this boat, you never mentioned anything about going there into Asphodel. Not on my boat, at least.
Question, Captain. If I can guarantee you clear waters and a smooth transition across the sea, will you be able to take us?
He pauses. And how could you do that? You notice that, when you guys stopped off in Neolanton, the ship wasn't there to see the big the big reveal and the storms were going, so they don't know anything about other than like other than I guess it is a big bite, and so you have this thing on you.
I would say for the most part, I would actually probably keep it covered.
Okay, so it's like kind of wrapped, yeah.
You don't want to have this beautiful
Yeah.
artifact.
So he's like, how he's
Bling,
just
out
like,
there,
how
right?
can you? He kind of gives you that, like, how can you really convince
Actually-
me? But you
actually,
can tell he's
if we
kind of
had-
perked up.
Look
If
at
we ever need a
him.
draw
He is
play,
a
I mean-
fish robot. He's Thassa's chosen. Trust him. Trust
I
us.
would say yes. I am the envoy of Thassa, and I have her blessing. I will help guide the ship and ensure that the waters are smooth. If there is a storm that is come upon us, I will redirect it for as long as I can.
Now that I think about it, it has ever since I don't know, a few hours ago, when you all came back, the seas have been different. Thassa's attitude has been different.
She has bestowed a blessing upon us.
Would you like to give me the? Well, actually, you were leading, so give me the persuasion check, Osiren, and I'll give you advantage because of Calix was helping.
One's a 20, and the other one's a 20.
Oh shit! Are those both dirty 20s or are those nat
Dirty
20s?
20s. Yeah.
Okay, I was saying
Yeah.
there's both a double nat 20 there. He's like, I'll take you anywhere you want to go.
So we can give you access. You'll be access to ports that you haven't had access since the storms and how it's been.
I will. If it be for Thassa, I'll do it. Especially if it'll grant me, put me in her better graces. I pray, I don't even ask you for anything. I just pray that if you are actually a conduit to her, that you pray that she make the fish bountiful for us for the rest of our days.
Captain, I would know his name, but what's his name?
Yeah, and actually, let me go back in my notes.
Yeah.
Hey,
Just
it
imagine
should be
AP
pretty
apostrophe
proud.
S.
We-
Sorry
actually,
again?
we did make a bunch of fish into fillets.
I can just imagine Osiren doing like a thumbs up and smiling at the Knicks, and then just Thassa doing the exact same things. Like,
Bro. Yes.
Looking here. I'm going to call him Zeno. So you're putting that in my notes.
Zeno, Captain Zeno, out of
Out of Melitus.
Melitus.
What's his
I put him on my allies. So,
Nice.
Captain Zeno, I will
And I just put him in here as well.
mention your name and your ship's name to Thassa, and that I bless this ship, and may you have that benefit. So you're helping us out in our very time of need, and because of this, I will do what I can.
Now, I take it, Osiren has never given us a reason to lie, so I take it on his next prayer, he will do that.
Yes.
And he will actually pray to Thassa.
Yes.
When he does, this is almost like a flash forward, flashback, depending on when he does. It doesn't have to be right now. But all his gears kind of whir and click, and he gives this prayer. Can he give me an Arcana check?
14.
Thassa, he feels kind of, she doesn't speak outwardly like in this grand way that she did and show herself, but he feels her presence, but he does hear her speak kind of within his spirit and let him know to do something this good for others comes at a small price, and asks him if he's willing to pay it forward.
That I would pay it, or the captain has
For you to pay it.
Ah. So that's okay. But yeah, he has no idea.
He has no idea what it is that he has to pay, but
He has no idea
Ross is
because
like-
he's just on instinct trying to do what's right. So he would say yes, he'd be willing to pay it.
so he minuses one of his piety points, and that piety goes to fueling this entire ship and the captain and his crew. Now he could get more piety later, but at least he has paid that piety to them.
So we'd have an ally out of Melitus for a ship for whenever. Okay, I'll take a piety off.
And for now, he's a fisherman's vessel, so this isn't some kind of ship that's going to sail, out to multiple islands and to the darkest islands and things like that. But if you need quick transport, around the area, it's a good ship for that. You can, and I'm saying that even if you could convince the captain, you look at the crew, it's not a good ship to take on that kind of. It's not going to survive.
So I would say that I will mention you to Thassa to be truthful, and I will do what I can to make the seas calm along the way, and may the fish be bountiful.
Yeah, and that's what and so that's what he asked for. And, yeah.
Do they look like men that would be able to, if given like proper instruction, man a ship of the size that we've seen in a small miniature form inside of Calix's bottle?
They are sailors. They are men of the sea. They should be capable.
All right, they're already winning in my book. So, guys,
Come on, you telling me the other option that might not exist, which is the army of return manning the ship? Isn't the best option?
I'm saying, okay, so if we do get the ship to somehow miraculously become full size, manage to find enough supplies,
It will become
things
full size,
like
don't
food
worry.
and water, and enough rations to be able to sail to the end of the earth. I don't want to be out there fucking starving, man. And there better be some booze. Anyway, say we do find all that. We do get everything that we need to go on this voyage. We still need people to crew the ship.
Is Dolph
We
saying
need
it out
somebody-
loud where the captain was Xenos?
Yeah. We
Xenos
need
is like-
somebody who can sail by the stars. I don't know how to do it. Do you know how to do it?
My sailing
Alex
days
is
are
gonna look at a
going.
siren like, you know star stuff. You can sail. You can
Actually, and on my body, well, I wouldn't want to do this in place, but I could have constellations, and Osiris through Perseus did learn his cartography, and is a specialty is maps.
Well, I spoke out of turn. My apologies.
see.
Okay,
I
we've
know
got
you-
somebody that can
yeah.
navigate.
So then Xeno
Alright.
says, I can, well, when the time is right, I could always, I'll do my best. I'll hand over whatever fish and resources we have that we can provide. I can actually get you some ale. I can get you the drink and the wine that you might need for a long journey.
Well, what I was hoping is that maybe me and Alcides, as we both know how to drive chariots, could maybe learn how to drive boats, or as much as you can teach us on the way.
I can do my best. And he kind of starts, well, let's get to it. And he kind of immediately starts going, well, here's the bow, and then he starts going over the ship. As Rakira
do my
has
best to
been-
remember, pay attention, and practice whenever I can.
Can I have a survival check from both Rakira and Doth to see what they learn, how much they?
Can Calix join in on this? Because he's been trying to figure
Sure.
out how to.
And Osiris,
Okay, so they all join
definitely.
in. One roll of survival.
16.
Okay.
16.
Yeah, 13.
I got a 9.
He's a fish out of water.
13
I'm a
Doth.
cat.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm a
Rakira
poison cat.
and Doth, over the course of the time that you're sailing, are picking up enough to understand how to support in certain ways, while Calix and Osiris get a little bit more understanding of how to run the ship and how to
I'm
use
cool
it to
with being able to
navigate.
pick up rope and move it from point A
Yeah.
to point B, or pull the sails. I can do all that stuff.
So you guys are closer to understanding the captain and like maybe the what do you call those, the I can't even think of the names of them right now, but like more the captain and those second place jobs, and then you guys are kind of figuring out, okay, well, if we had to, we could support and fluff the sails and do all that.
But yeah, so the forecastle, the quartermastering,
Yes.
the bridge, the driving, and all that. Yeah,
So
prior Navy.
love
Need a
it. Love it.
bowstring.
That's helpful.
Bowstmate.
Alcides will do siege tactics for warships. I'm just kidding.
Hey, speaking of which, is there anything that's stopping us from getting more supplies for the ship? Say, for example, like a Greek fire projector. I know there aren't any Greeks here, so I guess it'd be a Therosian fire projector. I'd like to try and pick one of those up for the ship. What do you think,
I think we'll
Alcides?
find an asphodel.
Depending on where you think you might find that, yeah, it's you don't know anything about Asphodel, so I don't know if it'll be there, but
Yeah, I'm just saying. If
Do I
we're
know
gonna
that there's
sail off the end
traders
of
that
the
come
road-
in and out of there? There's the gray merchants. That's it.
yeah. So I would say, give me a history check at advantage, Calix.
All right. Something good. 7 at advantage.
Okay, that's
With
the
advantage?
highest.
I rolled a 7 and a 4.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, Calix is like, yeah, there's merchants that go in and out of there. Humans, everybody's like, welcome.
Could I roll a deception check just to
Yeah,
because I'm
inside.
not confident in it, but I just want them to feel confident.
Yeah, I don't even think you need to. I think you sound very confident because like you said, you were like, there's definitely merchants that go in there, and then you suddenly correct yourself. It was like, well, maybe it's just the graph. So by the end of it, you come across as confident enough, but at the same time, I think some of your party would naturally pick up like maybe you don't completely know.
Rick here's gonna walk up to Calix, put my arm around him, and be like, Calix, just come with me.
All right. Okay. Fair enough.
You don't know
So,
anything about that city, do you?
what can we
Now-
expect?
I
in
know
Aspen?
I'm welcome there. And Calix is going to pull out a return
Tell us
mask,
about the city.
give it to Rykira, and just be like, now you're welcome here too.
It's just like hanging off my nose, and
Yeah.
I'm like looking at you like this. I'm like, I don't think this is gonna work.
Now, I'll also remind you that you all kind of remember what Pyaxathor, the Leonin champion, told you about in being in Meltus and how this, plague is spreading, and that the only thing that would stop it, that Erebos has started, is this orchid that grows in the name of the place is
Like Elysium
it's like Elysium, but it's not.
or like
yeah. So-
Elysia. Or something like
Elysia.
that.
Elysia. So it's the Orchid of Elysia. And he, so that's something so you could kind of bring back. And the island that you're supposed to, if you're actually going into to get that, it's supposed to be the island of Ankistro. It's supposed to be an island shaped like a fish hook, and it has a grotto that can shelter your ship. And from that grotto, there's this forgotten staircase that leads to the ruin from another age that serves as a place where heroes like yourselves might cross over into Elysia. And you remember
We
him
gotta get there
saying,
first.
but yeah, you got to get there first. But I'm just kind of bringing it back. But just also remember that there is a knight with a searing blade that guards that passage. Over.
And it was our understanding or belief, depending on what, that the orchid would be able to cure rye and the poison as well.
I believe that's your all's belief right now.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get this
This
working.
is after going to the Gray City, right? Because it was Gray City, then the island.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Well,
unless
Gracie,
unless you just want this man to try to take you to the island, which right now you just tried to convince him to take you directly to the Asphodel. So I don't know.
So are we doing Asphodel, then the island, and then
I
hopefully
thought we
I'm
had
still
to. I
alive?
thought we had to go to Asphodel to get the boat. to go
That's
to
where
the-
Yeah, that's what we're
Calix
doing
is
it.
trying.
That's gonna
Ah.
go first. Yeah.
That sounds good, because once we get the boat, then maybe we can go wherever we need to help myself out. All right. Rakir's gonna ask the captain how long of a trip it's gonna be.
Oh, not very long. I
More
can
than
have
an
you there. Even though I don't want to sail into these waters at night, I can have you there in the next 4 hours.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Oh, I was imagining it was going to be a lot longer than that for some reason.
No, yeah, because it's literally like, because the one trip I did when I'm looking at the map from where I started this adventure where I thought you guys would be, it's only like 8 hours on the water, going across from the way the distance is based in Theros. It's not very far.
Doesn't the distance in THEROS like just randomly shift too?
It does randomly shift from time to time. So yes, that can happen. And so he's like, yeah, I can take you there. I don't know if you want to if you want to camp on the boat overnight for, I don't want to be on those waters.
I would, because I'd probably want to change a few spells around, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Before we get in there.
Alex is gonna stay up and just kind of watch and just look for any sign of the city.
And so
I
a
want
night.
to, I want to, instead of enchanting my weapon, enchant my armor this time around.
Okay.
To give myself a bonus to my AC.
AC.
But my weapon isn't magical.
Okay.
Also can borrow that like hand axe from
Jack Atlas.
Jack Atlas. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Jack has no neck.
I'm gonna bond with my hand axe and my sword.
Okay. And so the
Siren would be at the front of the boat, go in sentry mode, and just wait till the morning.
And so, the night passes without incident as the boat stays, far enough from the shore so it doesn't have to get too close or get close to the rocks or anything. And then that morning, you notice that there's still a heavy fog around the area of Asphodel. Just a short rowboat trip to the shore that the Captain Xenos is willing to give you. And you guys row on in, and as you as you land and get off on that like soft earth, you notice that the waters here in this area, at least, seems a bit murky and reddish, almost like there's blood in it. It's the best way you would maybe describe it. And you can't even see Asphodel. There's just thick fog. And this swamp, it feels more, it doesn't feel as oppressive as Farika's swamp. It just feels sad. Like it feels like sorrow. Now, Calix knows the general direction that he's supposed to be able to, to find it now, and that's what to find the city. And you are closer now. Were you going to say something? Otherwise, I would ask who would lead. If he would lead, then someone would take the survival check for you all.
Alex would definitely try to lead, but he wouldn't. If someone was like, "No, I'm more qualified for this," then
Yeah, I think
Alex
Ray
would.
might. I have a +3 to survival.
I have a +5.
Okay.
So, yeah, I would say that being that I'm armored all the time, if I'm hit first, I should be okay.
I
If
will
I'm
say that
hit,
both.
I can do my shield.
You have your +5. Fair enough. I will say no one because this survival is not. It's more of a directional thing and travel. So you can lead, and you could take Calix's kind of advice, and even if he's helping,
He's just kind of going with his gut, kind of.
yeah. So yeah, Who would like to lead? I'm just wondering who's.
I'll go forward.
Okay. And I'll follow Siren.
Alcides is kind of in the middle of the parties, using that aura protection.
Alex is kind of really up front, right next to the siren, just kind of pointing out.
You gonna give me a straight survival roll, Siren?
With advantage or no?
Without advantage.
First one was a 7.
7. So within that first hour, you start to feel like you don't, a siren doesn't necessarily feel like he knows if he's going in the right direction, even though his senses and his sensors tell him Asphodel is north, it's to the same direction that Calyx. Feels like something's got him off, taking him in a different direction. And
Can't we just detect evil and head towards like the biggest glow in the distance?
you want to give me a detect? You don't detect evil. You do. You mean that if anything, if you actually, do you want to cast detect evil? Is that
Sure, why not?
okay? Doth cast it, and you guys feel lost right now in this first hour of travel. Nothing's come out. There's no, other than the normal, your feet sink in the kind of the wet earth, the stench. The ground is still that reddish color, even though it's dark and watery. You're not in water as much as you're just in wet earth. Doth to the northeast senses that feeling that you normally feel from evil. An oppressive aura coming from northeast. A siren realizes that he's off track. Who will, and let me make a roll. Will he continue to try to get them back on track, or will someone else take over?
Rakira, something feels off.
Is there any way that maybe him and I can work together and get a roll with advantage?
Here,
You
let
guys
me
were
scout
already
out.
I gave you guys advantage, which made it a straight roll because you were. I gave you. Well, I didn't tell you, but I gave you guys
Okay.
disadvantage because
Okay.
you have never been to Asphodel. This is like not, So
Okay, so-
his straight roll was a.
I'm supposed to go north, but this doesn't feel like north.
Here, Doth, can't you scout it out with your hawk buddy, or I can do it myself? Okay.
Also, there's a concentrated mass of evil to the northeast, which is this way over here.
I would say we go towards the evil.
Yeah, let's go that way.
Yeah. Siren, thank you very much. Let's go this way.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna be playing with my new bound weapons, where in each hand I'm just gonna be like, sword here, sword out, hand axe here, hand axe out. Just practicing.
Calyx is
You know,
gonna. He's gonna
Rakira,
look
I
like
gotta say that-
Rakira
that
and
sounds
just do the
really,
same
really creepy.
thing, but just a lot slower. He's
So
gonna
we're
be like,
heading towards the evil feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Calyx, how is the area known to be dangerous?
Not necessarily.
But should
I'm
we
just-
have our weapons out, or should we just be walking?
What kind of
Just-
undead are here? Or is it like the undead that we are used to, or the undead that won't mind us being here?
Kind
Do they
of
act like? Do they act like
from
you,
what
or
I
do they act
understand.
like? Oh.
Yes, it's the Night of Living Dead kind of. No, most of the people that head to Asphodel, they're sad. They can't, or at least I don't know if I know this. They're not. See, the problem is I know a lot more about Asphodel than Calyx might.
You know, I allow you to know because I assume that being in, you literally are a very aware returned. No more. It's just as much as I would expect Rakira to know about Oreskos.
Okay, sweet. So Asphodel, so there's Oreskos, which has the violent return, the mob city, but then the people that don't know what to do with their lives, they'll go to Asphodel. Because when you're a return, you don't have your memories, your anything. So unless you have, most people, they weren't blessed with guidance like I was. And so they mope and wander the city and try to find out fragments of their actual lives.
Is this your?
So that's what we should be expecting. A whole bunch of
Are they
depressed
dangerous?
sense.
I mean, are they just gonna like wander around like undead? I mean, what happens if? Okay, say for example, I decided to just walk into the city and start radiating positive energy just because I can, and would normally do so to destroy undead anyway. Well, I mean, what happens there? I mean, is there a culture? Is that against the law? I'm only imagining an undead city being like horribly evil and bad. So
Not necessarily. They're
so-
not gonna.
so-
They shouldn't. They won't hurt you unless you give them a good reason to.
I mean, like, what's the best case and worst case scenario that we should expect? We get
Best
there,
case
and what
scenario, we
happens?
walk through. Nobody talks to us. Worst case scenario, one of us gives us reason for them to not like us, and they attack us. It's like any other city.
So then
So-
let's go to Asphodel. We'll stow our weapons, keep our heads to the ground, and if anything comes up onto us, we will kill them. Okay? As simple
Okay.
as that.
Yeah,
But for
I'm good with
now, let's just go in quiet, like we're supposed to go in there, like we know what we're doing. Calyx, you lead the way.
Thank you.
I think that
So,
might be the best way to
Calyx,
go.
are the returned like anvil rot? They're a blank slate, and then they learn new things, or
Similar, but most of them just kind of wallow in what they lost and not move on to what they gained. It's actually a really good comparison.
You travel.
So back to the if we have to kill them, what do we need to know about that?
Go for the head.
Say we get attacked. Like,
Say you get
what do we-
attacked, you attack them like any other person in any other city. Just because they're returned doesn't make them evil.
Do they have any
We've
weaknesses?
destroyed Return already.
Is there anything that we can exploit? I mean, tragic emotional pasts, does that like bring them to their knees with like grief and sorrow?
If
Yeah,
you
stuff
know
like that.
if you recognize the mask and you say you lost your kid, they'll probably cry. Granted, if you do that to anybody else, they're probably going to do that.
All right,
Here's
I'm
Returner.
gonna give this a shot, just so you know.
And so because you were traveling in the direction of that oppressive, suddenly something stops you from in your tracks from having this conversation. And if, like, I would say maybe 200 feet away from you, out of the mist, you see this great giant darkened tree with like red sap streaming out of it, and it is the tree itself is twice the size of a normal tree, and it almost looks like one of those like it's probably 3 stories high, and it's still in the distance, so you see it just there, like
that's suspicious.
Does Calyx recognize this tree?
and that
when I was in-
and of course
when-
Doth would know that that's where
Oh,
that
sorry.
evil is emanating from.
when
But there's
we
no
were
city
in
around right
Satessa,
now.
Do you remember the garden that we were in? Way back.
Oh,
Originally in
the
Satessa, there were the trees that were alive. Remember them?
combat tree.
Yeah, I remember having to hit that thing a few times.
Have we been
All right,
walking
well,
towards
Does
the combat tree
Calyx
the whole
recognize this
time?
tree?
And I have a history check from Calyx.
Can I go religion? But
You can go religion.
all right, do it. I don't get advantage, right?
You don't get what? You
I
do
don't
not
get
get
advantage.
advantage. No.
Come on, something high. 10.
Okay.
It's
All
one
you
of
know-
Phoenix's classic pranks.
Yeah. All you know is that you've heard of. You realize you're in you're in Hetos, the bleak mire, and this mire is on the backside, or if you're coming from the sea, on the southern side of Asphodel. So you know you're in the right area. You have a feeling that if you travel north, you should get to Asphodel. You've heard them talk about this tree before, and it is known as the blood tree, but you don't know anything else about it.
What direction is the tree to us right now?
It's still kind of, it's like directly in front of you, but you were traveling kind of northeast, so kind of at that angle. So
just adjust a
you
little.
would kind of adjust
Okay.
Yeah,
unless
Calyx is gonna-
you want to investigate the tree.
I kind of don't.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Detect Good and Evil is a first level spell that lasts about 10 minutes. So You can tell whether it's an aberration, a celestial, an elemental, a fae, fiend, or undead.
Well, I said you marched another 40 minutes, so it probably wouldn't have been up again. Are you putting it up again, or?
No. I was just curious if like.
When you first cast it. Yeah, when you first cast
Yeah.
it, what you would have felt is you felt from that distance, you would feel the, because it's kind of twofold. I'm gonna say there's some fiendish nature about it.
Hellish, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel the dark magic. The realms of. Do they have it? Yeah, they have hell, Tartarus, that sort of thing. Yeah. At least this version of the game.
Yeah, I do not recommend engaging, because when we fought the tree,
It was nasty.
it was benign. Yeah.
It's called the blood tree for a reason, and it's one of Phoenix's classic pranks. Let's just stay away from it.
Were you thinking you know where we are now?
Kind of. If we head north, we should be fine.
All right,
We
let's
should-
adjust away from the tree and just go to the city.
Yeah, let's veer off.
Who has the highest passive perception?
18.
Okay.
I think of 14.
Okay.
11.
When you are leaving, you walking away from the tree, and a good distance, right as the tree is about to be enveloped by the fog, Osiren, you look back for a second, and you see the tree kind of peel, and a creature step like off of the tree, almost in the middle. It almost like it was attached to the tree. It doesn't seem like it's the tree itself, right? But a creature that was attached to the tree kind of like peels off of the tree with these huge grand wings, a very like large female form, almost similar to a harpy, but I would say 3 or 4 times the size of a harpy. This woman would have had to be 12 feet tall with long, faint claws on her feet and hands. And it kind of like hovers there for a second and then disappears into the fog as though going south, but not towards you, and it's gone.
Is it going towards a boat?
It's just going.
Okay.
Only Osiren can act on that, if
Fair enough.
anything. Who is leading the party?
Calyx, I say.
Calyx,
Yeah.
give me a advantage perception check.
Advantage perception.
And let me.
Well, at least we have a landmark now to guide us.
5 with advantage.
Oh my God, the roll.
I'm on fire. A 5 and a 2.
What are you using to roll today? Is that?
I'm using D&D Beyond, but
Yeah, no, that's your mistake, dude. Get dice.
no, I do have dice. I just don't have them here.
Yeah,
I might have them.
dude. I stopped using
All right,
D&D
I
Beyond.
will allow everyone else to make one more perception. Everyone other than Calyx, not Calyx.
Yeah,
Um,
understand.
But the difficulty just went up to
Could I at
catch
least-
this thing is by 5, so everybody
27.
can still miss it. So it's still got to be a roll.
Could I at least put up my shield if I don't know what's going on?
Natural 20 plus 4.
Okay,
24.
I got 27.
Yeah, that's a little helpful.
27. Geez, so Doth, who got the 20? Osiren got 27.
Yep.
Doth got 24. So as Calyx is putting up the shield and starting to like march very slowly, you guys are kind of trudging forth. You travel for another 2 hours. So now you've been traveling almost 4 hours. And even though this would be like the middle part of the day, there is still no sun. You're used to it. You've been in this kind of environment before, not being able to see the light of day, even though it's this kind of oppressive environment. But there in the distance, the mist kind of parts, and you see the tops of these spires of structures that make a city. And I believe that Doth spots that ahead. It must be Asphodel. Built
I do have a
very
hawk I can use for reconnaissance. So.
yeah, and I think the thing about your hawk is you've been using the mist is so packed and so thick that even with its eyesight, when it flies up too high, it doesn't really see this place, or it gets kind of lost. But you're able to spot it now, so you know you're heading in the right direction. Now, as you spot Asphodel, it's
Why
so
did it turn him into a bat?
do that. It's Osiren that sees in the distance, about maybe 100 feet away from you. There's all these like really dead twig-like trees. There is a hunchbacked figure walking, a small little man walking with a large sack over its shoulder. And it doesn't even barely like turns and looks towards you, Siren, not necessarily looking at you or looking through you or looking just in your general direction. Maybe it doesn't even see you. And it has a golden mask. So it is a return, but heavily clothed, you know, a lot of rag-like clothes, almost like a vagabond, but with this big, heavy sack. And you notice, because of the 27, you still notice that something is falling out of the bag something's falling into that wet water, and it looks like gold coins are spilling out of the bag, like one at a time. You could tell that any moment later it's going to disappear into the mist.
So
now only Osiren saw that one.
Yeah.
So, and I'll say Osiren and Doth both saw, because Doth sees Asphodel, and then he looks, he's like, what does Osiren looks like? He notices the figure. If you guys share that with
it's a treasure goblin.
Treasure goblin. What does he look like?
So I'd say Calyx, Doth, and Akira, Acedes. There's a returned about 110, 100 feet or so off to the right. And it looks like coins are spilling out of a bag from what I can tell from here. I think
Do they turn into beautiful little golden women and dance about as well?
I don't know. It's coin as far as I can tell.
Calyx, do you know?
I'm gonna go with it's a trap.
Do I know that these guys are gray merchant? That's a gray merchant.
Give me advantage history.
Okay. I wish you could just tell me what I know and what I don't know.
Yeah.
19.
All right.
Finally.
Okay. So now here's where I'm going to change what I think you know about in Magic the Gathering. And
Yeah.
It is a great merchant. But I think what you also know is that some people say that the Great Merchant, because very few people ever encounter more than one at any given time, and it's almost an anomaly to encounter one in any way. So some kind of the lore, you wonder, are there multiple Great Merchant, or is there just one traveling all around Theros? This does appear to be a Great Merchant, or the Great Merchant of Asphodel.
Alex is gonna say, "Hey, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity right here."
Here's where I'll give you, and also allow you to tell me, Calyx, what do you know about the Great Merchant? So what do you expect from them?
I expect that they peddle all sorts of just strange wares. Just kind of like, if you're looking for D&D wise, if you're looking for material components for spells, they would have just about all the weird stuff. That's like, they wouldn't have like a sword or like a basic sword, but they would have like a weird, just oddities. That's kind of what I've gotten so far. And they don't, so all, might be not true, but all return don't really like gold. The only thing they really appreciate is like stories and experiences and stuff like that. But that might be changed for this goal, for the merchants or something like that.
And so as Calyx is kind of filling you all in, you realize that the creature has turned your way and like looked closer, and then kind of starts to slowly trudge through the mud towards you. This gray creature, this returned, you know they can be dangerous, but then you have Calyx in your party. There's something about its gait and its slow speed and the bag it carries over its shoulder, like this burden it can't put down. It tells you that it's not a threat, or at least like if it is, you can take it. He emanates with this like dull, aching sadness like he's coming to terms with some kind of loss. And sure enough, as he gets closer to you, you can see the white petals. Calyx sees those white petals of asphodel pinned on his cloak. You've heard of the Grey Merchant. You know of the Grey Merchant, the undead who trades with anyone. His existence permitted by the gods and mortals due to the simple fact that he is harmless. He seems to sense your intentions, and he seems to be kind of drawing closer and digging into his bag, like he might draw out some things. Now, he's so slow, you guys could leave him, you could approach him. What do you do?
Alex is gonna stay put and be like, if you guys want to get a good position to attack him for some reason, if things go sour, you guys can, but I 100% trust this guy. I know.
Alex, you should interface with him.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm intending to do. If you guys want to, if you guys want to play it safe.
Rakira's gonna start walking towards him. And once Calyx says he feels it's safe, I'm just gonna be like, oh, okay. And I'm gonna walk towards him, and my hand's just gonna be open because I can just summon my weapon whenever I can, and I'm holding my shield. I'm not.
Is Shay with us?
The character is with you. Shay's not here in the party right now, but Jack Atlas is here.
Yeah, would he?
He's like,
Would he actually be going behind him and actually getting the gold along the trail?
I'm gonna say he's not, just because Jack might like. Well, here's the thing: the gold is falling out, and he's coming towards you. So you have to go around. As a monk, he could go around and get it. But I don't want to make that decision for his character. I'm gonna say he's kind of gonna hang back, and
I feel like he's just as curious as Rakira and all of us are.
Rakira makes.
Do we do an insight check?
What do you insight check for?
Just is this guy legit? I mean, is he?
You can, but I'm gonna say Rakira has moved in so quickly that he's right there in front of the creature.
Insight on Rakira. What's he doing?
And as
I'm reckless.
Yeah, what you realize as you get in front of this creature, he is pulling out multiple little things, little items, and he rolls out a little satchel on a almost dry patch of land, and then as he places each one out, he kind of points at you, Rakira, and then to your group. And then he kind of goes, like his hand goes out like pick, like almost like pick, but then give. And you understand that, like, will you trade with him? You realize you have to trade something with him. It could be something worthless, or it could be something of value. And what he's put in front of you is a fruit. There seems to be a very bright, luscious, very fresh piece of pomegranate fruit. Next to it is a dark stone piece of flint, like you would start a fire with. And then there is a wooden, well-kept, all the strings intact, a lyre. And that's what he's laid out.
A what?
A lyre, like a little harp kind of instrument.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And he's laid those things out for you. You can just kind of hear him. He's like hunched back, cloaked. The mask, his mask kind of has more of a sorrow face, the golden mask, and he just breathes, kind of waiting, allowing the rest of the party to get closer, looking at them, kind of his long, kind of bony fingers.
I'm gonna turn around to Calyx. I'm like, is there any way we can talk to him, or do we take him his wares?
You can try, and Calyx is gonna take off his he's like these green opal phoenix stone things that he got from the temple. I think they were worth like 50 gold a piece, and just set it down. And he's gonna set it down and ask, I know it's a long shot, but would you happen to have a eye encasing gem in a gem? If not, I'll take the fruit.
What is
he
the
kind
fruit,
of
Calyx?
Just gestures. All right.
Just gestures back to what he's offered.
All right. He's gonna take the fruit.
As you go to grab the fruit, he kind of cups your hand, like puts his hand out, like.
Oh, he already laid down.
Oh, you laid down the gold.
Yeah, well, I laid down the green stone armband thing.
The armbands. He takes the armbands. Can I have a persuasion check with no advantage? As he's putting them.
23.
And you asked him about Eye of Newt?
No, so a eye encased in a gem.
I'm making a roll. And so as he's doing that, he hands over the fruit. And there are still 2 pieces there. As he puts them inside, he kind of digs around a little bit longer. When he comes, his hand is still free, and it looks like whatever he was looking for, he did not find it. Unfortunately, Calix does not give it. He's there. He is starting. He's looking. He looks at everyone else. Starts to look like he's going to roll up his satchel, but then stops, like pointing to Rakira or to Osiren or to Daw.
I'll take out my second cape that I have, because I always have 3 capes. And each cape has like the little Acrone pendant that kind of holds it in place. So just take out one of those, see if he wants it.
He takes it from you and he kind of feels the cloth for a second, rolls it in his hands, and then like kind of rubs it on his mask like it's soft, and then he shoves it in his bag. And then he points to you at like Alcides and then towards the 2 items that remain and asks you to pick, or without asking, gesturing for you to pick.
What are the remaining 2 items?
They are the lyre and the flint.
I think the flint would be pretty practical.
Okay.
So, even though I do have technically, I retroactively kind of have a level of bard from the magic initiate, I can't really play an instrument. So take the flint.
I guess Rakira, I'm looking at the lyre and I'm like, I don't know why I would need that, but I'm gonna pull out a little wooden lion.
He's rolling up the thing.
So while he's rolling it up, I'm gonna pull out the little wooden like lion doll that I have. The lion doll is half burned from the battle of my city. It was like I picked it up from my town, and I'm explaining. I'm like, this is from my destroyed city. I don't know if it's value of it to you.
He takes it.
It is there aren't very many things left of my town, but this is it.
And then instead of shoving it into like the big bag, like a weird Santa, he takes out another little small pouch and it jingles like there's a bunch of like little maybe miniatures or bones in it. He opens it up and drops the figure in and closes it, and then gestures for you to take the lyre.
All right. I'm gonna just gesture like, courteously. I'll take the lyre and I'm gonna put it in my bag.
And you all get the feeling now that you've made your transaction that these merchants, similar to what Calix said, don't seem to care about gold. Like whether you gave him a piece of wood, you gave him cloth, he saw the value in it, right? So, and then it almost doesn't seem to matter what's traded as long as the trade is made. He hoists the bag, gives you kind of
if you tell us how to get to Asphodel, I'll tell you how to get to Miletus.
He kind of points off into the distance, like kind of like almost as like just like continue on in the way you are, and without even like checking anything, you almost can imagine maybe if he could smile, there's a smile under the mask as he kind of perks up just for a moment to let you know that he knows his way to Miletus, and kind of starts to walk off. You get the feeling that he's been all over Theros, and then like that, he kind of disappears to the mist. And now you guys have these 3 items that, whether they're worthless or they're powerful, that you don't know. Can I have a Arcana check from anyone who took an item.
Good boy.
18. Now I'm rolling good.
15.
12.
15 for. Okay, so Alcides has the flint. And then what'd you get?
Kira got a 12.
Rakira got a 12. Rakira, you just have this lyre. You're like, what am I going to do with it right now? Alcides, you know there's something. After you put it in your pocket, you realize like this piece of flint, kind of weird. It's kind of special, but you can't identify what it is. Maybe you will eventually. Maybe you're growing attuned to it. And Calix, what did you get?
19.
19. Calix, you know that the tree you just passed, the blood tree, that pomegranate grows on that tree. That's all you know right now. And you are attuned to level 1. You're starting to, but I mean, maybe as you start to learn, but yeah, that's all you know about it.
My initial reaction was like, all right, it's a really bright fruit. I'm going to give it to Akira and that's going to heal him. And now I'm like,
I mean, like Persephone in waiting.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh,
I also didn't put the flint in my pocket. I put it in my tinder box.
Tinderbox, okay.
Can I show my lyre to the group?
You can show them around.
Yeah,
I was waiting for you guys to say. I don't know if did Alcides show the flint around, or did he just kind of keep it to himself?
And just kind of, it's a flint.
Yeah.
A little special, but he figures he'll figure out just by starting a fire with it, you know?
Fair enough.
Calix is holding his fruit and he's like, these are not just any old things. Anyways, I don't know what it is, but Rye, just don't eat the fruit thinking that's regular fruit.
Osiren would look at
anyway.
Osiren would look at the lyre. He does have a tinkering aspect just from his background with Persephone. So he'll take a look at it and see if he can tell anything.
Sweet.
Okay.
At 11.
An investigation.
Investigation?
What did you do? What did you do? Perception?
I did Arcana.
Arcana. Got it. With your Arcana, I'll take your Arcana, and
It was still bad. It was 11.
Yeah. So right now, you guys just got these things moments ago, so it's a liar. And here's the thing. I think that from what Calix has said is, while there is a chance that each of these things has some kind of special property, there is also a chance that that's just a piece of fruit, and that's just a liar. The coming days will tell. Maybe like Alcides said, the next time you use said thing could also be a quick way to jump starting it, like for, of course, plucking the lyre, trying to use it, or eating the fruit or using the flint. So otherwise, right now, you guys just have these items.
I would say, Rakira, with your claws that you have, you would be able to play articulating with your hands without damaging your hands, since the lute has wires and stuff. Same thing, my hands are metal. I could play it forever. So this is something that if you want to try out, I think you would enjoy it.
I'm gonna, instead of what Rakira's gonna do is gonna hold it up, and instead of plucking it like a human would, going up to down, he's gonna go the opposite way. So he's gonna kind of flick his claw against it to pluck it, so it doesn't break,
Okay, so it's like
yeah. So he has to do it differently.
The backside of his claw, right?
Yeah, and as he does that, nothing happens. Just beautiful, nice notes for the time being.
I'm gonna look at everybody and be like, I guess I'm just gonna practice a little bit more, and I'm gonna put it away for now. I'm just gonna play it on my short rests and see what happens.
You better play through the fire and the flames on that thing.
I'll learn better.
And so, unless you guys are doing something else, can I have you guys are on path? There should be no real reason to fumble this, but Calix, since you were kind of leading the party, and can you give me an advantage survival check?
Yep. Natural 20.
Okay.
So 20 total.
Um,
Just delightful when we don't need it.
awesome as you all, without event, without encounters popping up, you're able to kind of follow almost in a weird way. The most dry, this path almost becomes, the wet parts of the earth almost become dry where Calyx walks, whether it's becoming that way or he's finding the path and just following that path in. You see the city of Asphodel. Two large gates kind of stand open to you directly in front of you. You see no traffic going in and out. You see no living horses, no carts. It looks like a city of ruin, right? Like not ruins like it was attacked, but just like a ghost town, but an entire city like that. No lights on here, no burning torches. Just a shell of maybe what it once was, if that. I don't know how you plan. Do you just approach? Do you just go in? I leave
Alex
that
is gonna drop his disguise, and so he finally shows his
looks.
mask and all that. And just take a deep breath and just kind of taking it all in, and is just gonna try and walk.
So what do we
forward.
see with the mask off?
Oh, no, the mask. Well, his mask is still on, but it's
Oh, still. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he just
It's-
dropped his
he's-
disguise, so now you
dropped
see
his
you just
disguise.
see the mask.
Just a gold mask. Okay. All right.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll
it's
say
the
you've
gold-
killed. Has actually Osiren hasn't been around when you guys have killed and returned, right? Or so has there been a return that you've seen with the mask off, Osiren? No.
No. This is my first. This is
your
my
first return.
I mean,
yeah.
for me, it's always interesting because there's a lot of firsts for them.
Yes.
For Siren to see.
Calyx would oblige. He'd take off his mask, but he would say, please don't make me do that again. But it's honestly kind of.
So what do they see? What does your face look like without the mask?
It's blank.
Like
There's
this gray-
normally
ashen
with a
gray.
return, you'll have a mouth or something, but
Yeah.
it's
Oh.
blank.
There's no mouth.
There's no mouth. Like he might have been drawn through he might have done something wrong, or there was something.
So the whole thing is just a flat
is flat, smoky.
sphere. Wow. So Siren's like, oh, interesting. How do you produce sound?
It just happens, and it just
And
kind
just
of.
coming out.
It almost sounds like it's coming out of the mask.
Wow.
It's like that he's holding.
While you're having this conversation and getting closer to those archways, you can see inside of the city that there are streets and that this area is they're kind of dusty and rarely walked, and there are these like dilapidated window shutters, some of them open, some of them close, and you see a few figures shuffling in maybe down the way, and a couple of figures are shuffling around. They're almost like next, they kind of appear out of the darkness. They were standing there the whole time, but you start to see them standing beside the gates, but meandering. They look like they're dressed like guards. They've got masks, they've got golden masks, but they don't seem to be paying much attention as they kind of wander with their spears and their shields in hand. Kind of wander in a strange gait, in a strange, like almost in a circle over and over again.
I guess I'd like
Yeah,
to
put his
study
mask
one of
back
them
on.
in case I wanted to use it as a disguise later.
Could you do what?
Could I study one of them in case I wanted to use it as a disguise
Yeah.
later? Just like their movements, their
Their
mannerisms,
movements.
their
Could.
general
Yeah.
appearance,
Very-
that sort of jazz.
They're almost like, they're not quite zombies how we would, but they're a little bit more articulate than zombies in terms of they seem to go through, like you notice one of the guards is kind of traveling around and then he walks away from his post down into the fog, and then
Do they
moments
track
later he
us
walks back,
Their face.
and then he sits down and he pulls out a satchel and he pulls out something. He looks like he's setting up, and then he starts going like this, like he's eating, but you realize there's nothing, he's not eating anything. It's just like almost like he just took a break.
How are these guys armed and armored?
They're armored like hoplites, but you notice that one of the guards' spears is completely broken off, but still walking as though it's powerful, and the shields are
Do the-
kind of old and rusty.
Do the masks track us when we walk by, or are they?
They kind of move right. They tracked, and so far they have not paid attention to any of them.
And Calix is just gonna chime in. He's like, they were guards in a previous life. They're not what they used to be, but they're. And so he's just kind of confidently. I don't know if he's correct or not, but that's what he's going to say and kind of assume.
How far
So is he
away
gonna-
Are we going towards the docks for this boat?
Yeah.
How far away are the docks?
Does Calix know?
No.
Okay.
No.
Stage just says, if I ever end up like one of those guards, kill me.
You'll already be dead.
Again.
What's the point?
Kill me
Well,
again.
that's kind of up to you.
First,
You realize it's not going to be hard. It doesn't look very difficult to, even if you're trying to sneak or stealthily just kind of move by them. But I will ask for a stealth check if you are not trying to gain their attention.
Calix
By the
is
way,
trying
Osiris,
to
I
stealth.
don't think
He's
this
just
is the
walking,
right time,
but
but at some point, I really want to talk to you about this whole undead anvil rot. I don't know, state of existence. I mean, that's really interesting. Yeah, how do you resolve being undead but yet alive, right? I mean,
are you talking to Calix?
no, I'm talking to Osiris.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking to Calix too. I was
Well, I'm not.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no.
we said
animal.
anvil rot. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes more sense now.
The way I see it is, well, it is different since Calix said there were influences on the blank canvas that they are versus the anvil rot. The anvil rot comes into existence, and depending on the level of experience, it augments what they do and how they interact. And talking to Perforus, there's been anvil rots that have lived thousands of years. I mean, not I don't know any, but the difference here is I'm at, less than a year old, so I'm truly.
You're doing great. I just gotta say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You look great for 1 year old. When he's like, Calix, you like pat him on the side, just like, man, what's your workout?
I thought it was interesting
What's
that,
your birthday? We should get you a cake or something.
yes, yeah, I thought it was interesting that the being or the returned is truly a blank slate.
Well,
And there's
the way that I would describe it is like an anvil rot is a fresh blank piece of paper. Returned is a piece of paper that's been dunked in bleach, and so it looks blank, but there's still the writing underneath.
Interesting.
That's a really good explanation. Yeah.
Thank you. Just thought of it.
So what interests me is I see the Minotaur, I speak Minotaur through my interactions and understanding, and I have a lot of comprehensions, and there's a lot of societal information that I gather for every town and every place that we enter. But here, I am not seeing the actual structure that you have in a civilization. For I do not see a leadership, I see no organization, I see no connectivity that you see with living organisms.
We see guards, though. They seem to be going about their job, or at least the job they think they have or may have had previously.
But they look.
I mean,
Oh, as you guys have this conversation, are you entering the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I figure we've been walking the whole
You've been
time.
walking, so
we're just talking about like guards pretending to eat things and
Okay. And
wandering
you also
around
see
thinking they're looking good with bent spears.
now inside the streets, you also see like merchants that are selling, kind of looks like they're selling, but there's no, like, they're just kind of like holding out jars of like shaking like jars of open ash, kind of pouring it on a table like it's doing something. The guy's like, ha, like you see a woman over here is nursing like a small child, but you don't hear it making swaddled. You don't hear it making any noise. There's another return pushing a cart to the street, just kind of aimlessly, pushing this wheelbarrow. And so I'll turn it back over to you.
What is interesting is if you understand the Nyx and the pattern that is, there is a pattern everywhere. But if you see here, it is a very unique place of random elements that are separate. There is no cohesion that I can tell.
But does the pattern repeat itself, or is it always a new pattern? I mean, if they're returned, they've already experienced life. They've died and now have an opportunity to come back in and just like feel bad about it. I mean,
Yeah, I
they're just
know.
like
They're not
hanging
using
around
it.
doing nothing.
It's
They've got this
frankly kind of
entire new existence that they could be doing all sorts of great things with. I mean, think of the things that they could possibly create. I mean, all the time that they were alive beforehand. I mean, if they can remember a bit of it.
Has
They could use it
Calix
to-
explained why they cannot remember any of it?
no, but this would be a
Just playing
chance to. So, Dolph, I don't know if you know what happens when you become a return.
Well, no, you're the only one who's been dead and come back to life.
Fair
Clues
enough.
in.
So so you're in the so you die, and Athreos guides you across. It's a great passage. It's quite pleasant. The boat has really nice seats. Like, you're good. And then you're
Where
in
do
the
you go?
underworld, and you want to come back, or your previous self did, and you swim across. Now, I was blessed, and Phoenix was there to help guide me. But with all these, Phoenix didn't bless all of them.
Okay, but what if I lose hope and I'm like, you know what? Every time I like go out on an adventure, I go to like some godforsaken swamp and then a city full of undead people, and it's not really worth it. I want to go check out like the thing that's behind the light because hey, that looks really nice. I mean,
It's
there's got to be.
and he's trying to come up with the words, but he doesn't remember.
There's got to be something that draws you back. I mean, what is it that like tethers your soul to this mortal plane?
For me,
Whatever.
I have no idea.
And whatever that is, the one thing you know is that Calix can also tell you is that those who want to come back to this realm so bad will take a journey, and it is the path of Phoenix. It is the same path that Phoenix supposedly took as an undead to make it back to the mortal realm. Well, when you take that trip with Athreos across the river Styx, or the Tartarix River, it's only a one-way journey. So Phoenix had to swim it. And when you swim through those waters, they strip away everything that came before, including your facial features, including your memory. And so even Phoenix most likely would have lost who he was when he first made it out. So when you make it, then they usually take on this golden funerary mask as this new form of identity. And the Aediolon, or the ghost inside of them, is separated. That Aediolon, that Calix first, the one that you found in the tomb of Orestes, was the spirit of one of these returned that was working for Phoenix. So they are living undead with another part of themselves missing. The soul is somewhere else in Theros, and the body is walking around, but they're both walking around in separate places.
So followers of Phoenix are basically playing the biggest trick in the world on themselves by having gone back and lost the exact thing they went back to find.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, moving on.
Being returned is like, all right, you're dying to only come back and have a new life. The big difference between Calix and a lot of other returns is Phoenix was.
So is this why that damn boat is so freaking important to you? I mean, like, is this your entire reason for existence?
Well, minus right. Phoenix is my only friend. He's kind of. I said.
Hey, Rukira's on your side, man.
Yeah, I know. But it's like, I don't know. What else would I do?
What else would you
I don't
do?
know. You know, I think you make a really good prostitute, actually. You know, you can completely con people, like steal all their shit and make them ashamed at the same time. Think about it, you know, just as...
But I would say as
I mean, literally, you go to a brothel, like, you know, you have a great time, you come back, you're like, oh, damn, I was just with some undead trickster who gets off on this. It's just, yeah, it'd be perfect.
Oh, yeah. Calix is thinking, he's like, wow, all right, that's an idea.
It's on his Melitus to-do list.
Yeah, no, it's on his bucket list, but he's got more important things to check off.
But
This
I
would
would
be-
say, yeah, as a blessed individual, since you have a higher function, and I would not say that Phoenix is your only companion because you are here with the Fleece Company.
Am I?
That's true, Calix.
And he looks up kind of hopeful because this is kind of the first nicety that you've been to. Like, really? And he knows that Rhaenyra and Alcides have his back, but it's like the Siren and Daw that's just kind of been like,
Well, I don't
Really?
have your back. Let's just be clear about that.
No,
really?
I am saying as a person who, or not as an anvil rot, it seems to me that you would be exploring or trying to explore echoes, but you are truly a blank slate from when you started.
Yeah,
So
I
you're
have no
exploring
idea.
your echoes, but you actually have a higher function, which allows you to become more than these shadows or echoes of past.
He has
See,
a
this is what I'm
really
saying.
good
It's
point.
life. It gives you an opportunity for growth.
Calix,
Yes,
You
I
after
become
we
something
get this,
more. Anything you want.
yeah, Calix, after we get this boat, we can go anywhere. You should procure me first, but after that,
Oh yes, of
anywhere.
course, of course.
Don't
Don't worry.
Alex, still be coming
Suddenly,
across. Just
there
take it. That was a joke.
is a shrouded figure standing very tall, another return in the middle of the street with a staff and a green kind of orb in it, and just puts his hand out, says, "Come." I need a charisma save from everyone. I mean, I'm sorry, a wisdom save from everyone.
Why can't it be charisma?
Hey, everyone, if you're within 10 feet of me, you get a +4 bonus to that.
Well, 19, but with the +4 bonus, that's
Got a natural 20.
23.
Nice.
Natural 20.
You get a
That
natural
has to
20,
get
but I got a
an
26.
I got a 19, but I got a +8 to that, so that'll be 27.
All right. So you got a 27 Alcides?
Yep.
Okay.
I think the lowest one was 19, and that was
And even with all of that, Rakira and the Nat 20s are Rakira and Osiris.
Yeah, 22 total, but yeah,
22,
natural 20.
Nat 20. So as you kind of push through it, you realize Osiris looks and realizes that everyone is like, yes, we must come. And Rakira's like, what's everyone doing? As you guys are starting to follow this figure into, there's this grand black, perfectly round cathedral. I mean, not cathedral, but a coliseum. These archways that lead into the coliseum off the side of the street. Rakira and Osiris, as you see your party, as they are being suggested to come, they are following.
Can I just want to like just try and trip, Calix, after I'm close to him and just try to bring him down, because I've been through this before. I have experience, and I'm not going to punch you guys in the head this time.
And Osiris, you look up and you realize that it's like the off to the right is where the Coliseum is. But on the streets, every other direction of the streets where the buildings are structured, you realize that there are multiple of these figures shrouded, all with staffs, all with these lights. And then they all look down on Osiris and Rakira and say, "Follow." I need another save.
This is a scripted cutscene. It's
I
gonna
have
keep
an
going through
18
trail.
this time.
18.
Oh, there's a way out of it, but I just got to hear what you. Calix is bad for Calix failing, but it's that makes it really hard on everyone else. Was that
18.
18?
I
Okay.
got the same.
Wait, do I need to make roll another one, or
No, you don't need to make another roll. So, Rakira, you can feel the magic kind of taking over your mind. You said you were going to trip Calix, right? And so
Yes.
before it can take over, give me disadvantaged I guess whatever you would use to interact. What do you think you would be trying to do? You're just trying to use your. Use me on just athletics check.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me see what I'm best. Come on.
If only I knew this was magic, I could just cast protection from evil and good, and then
Yeah, you
no
guys are
sort
having a
of
good conversation.
hypnosis or
You were just
anything.
walking through the streets like there
Yeah,
was
then
no.
we got hit hard.
Damn it.
Am I allowed an action before that save?
Yes. What would you do though?
I would try to roll forward and grab both Alcides and Dolph and yank them back. Try to grab and shake them.
All right. So then I'll give you an athletics check as well.
I did not roll well.
Okay. What'd you get?
A 1?
Oh God. Okay. Yeah. So you
Got
like
3.
literally Calix walks right over you and you kind of stumble. Oh, and the 3. That was the chance right there. As no, you guys kind of try. You grab them, and as you grab them, you kind of like pull them in, and you're like, yeah, let's go ahead. Like let's just go on in. And you find
I
yourself
failed with a 27.
in this, yeah. When you find yourself in this wait till you fight Tiamat. If you think that's it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, dude.
Oh, I want to go to that so bad.
So you can find yourself in this grand Coliseum. It's empty. There are, in all the stands, there are no one watching. But in the center, on a riser, like made of, there are 3 figures. And they are all shrouded in the exact same way with the exact same mask. Calix, you know them to be, well, you've never met them before. You've never had any reason to be here. You do know them to be the Colosseum of Asphodel, and that these are the 3 ancient return that rule Asphodel. And like I said, they wear those simple identical masks, those long drab robes, making them nearly impossible to distinguish one from the other. And you do know from here is where they make certain calls on the city of importance. You also know here is where they judge, where judgment is delivered. And as you see them, they kind of begin to sign. And as those mages kind of move in behind you all and surround, they've kind of created like a half circle so that you are kind of in front of them. The suggestion slowly wears off and you're free to act, but you're surrounded by, I'd say, at least 20 of these mages. And then as they're signing, making these strange symbols, one of them moves up and says, "They want to know why you are here. Why do you trespass?" And they say this not in Calix's ear, but just enough for everyone to hear. So it's not any one particular person that they're picking out.
These living folk bear with me. I'm here on a mission to get my boat from the docks.
And then the figure signs his hand back to the 3 judges. They look at each other. They sign back. You, Asphodel, returned you. Your memory, as all of ours, is very weak. You know Asphodel has no dock.
There's no
Alex
doctor,
does not know
Alex.
I must be mistaken then. Please let me go on my way, and I just need to approach the. I just need to find somebody. Then there's someone in the city I must find. He's an old friend.
We do not know you. And you get what they're saying is like, as a returned, they don't know you, Calix.
I
And
don't
he
know what I
signs
just said.
back, and they basically say, you have someone here you need to see. And in so many words without kind of drawing it out, basically what they're asked is for you to do is to, you must tell them, he gesturing to the three, they are going to judge you. You are need to make a more convincing plea than that. Your friends are welcome to weigh in, though they are dead and do not fare well here if judgment is passed against them.
Yeah, we'll
Now,
tell them
Calix?
about the undead that we, or the return that we didn't just straight up murder at the Temple of Phoenix, and like how we do not bring ill will towards the city.
Right when he says Phoenix, Calix is going to cast Minor Illusion, say, don't say anything about Phoenix.
No, I'm saying the Temple of Phoenix.
Yeah,
Like, I'm not saying we're worshippers of the Phoenix. I'm just saying that's where
Yeah,
we were,
fair
because we
enough.
discovered, like, we were just traveling through a river and we found this place, and then we also found a gate to the underworld there.
So you all you get the feeling you are in like a court. This is your chance to
You know, I'm going to be straight up and honest with you. We're here because we're seeking transportation to a magical island called Elysium in order to find an orchid that only grows in the afterlife so that we can stop a plague and heal our friend who's dying from poison that he willfully ingested in attempts to get information from some hags. That's why we're here.
and I was told to bring this book here. And he's going to hold up the bottle.
They look back, signs all of that. They're quiet for a moment. They sign back, and then the interpreter says, we don't care much for everyone dies. Life is sorrow. And
Well,
so
you should care. Because the person that made that tree outside, or does he know that Phoenix did the tree?
yeah. I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. Well, the person who made that tree outside is the person that sent me here. If you don't want their wrath, if you don't want his wrath, then please let us on our way. Let's try to be as scary and as persuading as possible.
Do you threaten the judges with Phoenix wrath?
You'll have to excuse my friend. He's a very, very excitable gentleman. What would you have us do for you in order to, assist in your judgment? What positive spin could we do in order to, get this moving along?
We would have you leave the way you came.
Perfectly happy to do so. We're still looking for magical transportation to this island. So is there any sort of lead you could offer us to that? Any legends, lore, random ships appearing in bottles on top of hydras, that sort of thing?
No.
Well, it looks like it's a bust. Guess we gotta go.
I guess we do. And you
Well-
can kind of tell Calix has a little bit of a plan.
You could tell Calix if whatever that plan is, state it now, because this figure turns and they're going to cast judgment. And whatever their judgment is, it might just be that, well, he's saying he wants you to leave, but they haven't, like, the council hasn't said what they're going to do with your
Council,
I
let
don't
it
know
be
what to-
known that we are the Fleecemayne company. We have traveled through, all the places, to Tessa, Meletus, Neolanta, all these different areas. And we are on a mission to help those who interface with this city.
Persuasion check. And then also take one from Doth as well, because he said a lot. So 2 persuasion checks. Let's see.
14.
Okay.
Didn't say anything helpful, did I?
Doth, what'd you get? 9.
I'm kind of cool with going. I mean, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let them consult and they will respond. At this moment, you
Cast
realize
protection
you are.
from.
What are you casting?
I was gonna cast protection from evil and good on myself, just while they convene and make their decision, because I feel like shit might pop off due to Calix's impulsive nature.
And then so they're silent while you're casting. And then they come back. They sign to them, gentleman down, and he says, I don't. Kind of looks back at them. They are going to hold you. You are being arrested. And so those mages begin to move in and ask you to follow them without even like any force. They just like, come with us.
well, sorry, that's just not going to happen. I'm afraid I'm going to be the one to pop off if nobody else is.
Yeah. I'm gonna have my scimitar come into my hand.
They're just going to ward a radiance and
Pull back the bident and say, "Stop! I am the envoy of Thassa. You do not want to anger her. We are not here to engage. We are not here to threaten. We are here on a peaceful mission. We must complete this task, and then we will be on our way. We do not threaten your city or your way of life or unlife."
Give me an insight check, Osiris.
11.
And then, what languages do you speak?
Common, Draconic, Druidic, Mentor, and Thieves can't. So I might, if they do signing or long speech.
Yeah, it's almost like a broken speech that these can't, and it kind of whispers it, and he goes, "Listen, Triton, and the figure, the other kind of returns seem to just be kind of waiting, like their staffs glowing with intensity, and he goes, I recommend," and he kind of pulls his mask off from the side, and you realize you just saw what Calix looked like. This man looks like a human with kind of his blonde.
Oh, Malcolm, I think you cut out.
Your voice went out.
Still nothing.
Oh man.
The last thing we heard was the mask move.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So he pulls the mask off the side, and it's a man, and he's like, I recommend you be arrested. But then he just kind of tries to put it back on. But if you choose to fight, go ahead. And he begins to step away.
So I can't say if there's something weird here. I say, Doth, I recommend that we stop. I recommend that we just
And he
wait.
basically says, you're going to have to trust me. But it's either fight or listen to this.
Can you do
guy.
an insight check on that guy?
The insight check allows him to he revealed himself. So
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So
Alcides is
Alex
gonna
still
go along with them.
doesn't have his
because
weapon strong.
not in the-
He's not too
So-
afraid.
because
turn
he
to the
turned
group.
his back to the three, so he showed his face slightly under the enough for you all to see, close enough, but not for any of the other return to see around him.
he's not returned. I mean, I turn to our group and say, hey, we should wait this out.
Calix is gonna
I'll see
poof away
these,
his weapon.
If somebody attack, I mean, I know Rakira and Doth were saying that if you're gonna do it, do it. If you're otherwise, I don't.
I'm gonna. The sword's gonna. I'm gonna teleport my sword out of my hand now, and then I'll just.
All right.
I'm gonna just step back a little.
Does your dungeon come with a dominatrix, or is that extra?
Oh jeez.
And so, as he waves his hands, like letting Doth joke, he takes you all to. They take you to this like empty cell. You notice that all the cell doors are there's a couple cell doors that one's like halfway not even hinge, just like halfway open, and there's a figure inside, kind of like aimlessly wandering around one of the cells. Now there's only 5 of the mages with them, and they all kind of post up at the door, like 2 at the door, 2 at the end of the hall, and then they put you in a cell, kind of in the middle between all of them. And he closes the door, and then he kind of descants to Osiren. When they're gone, I'll let you out. And he kind of like locks it. What we'll do is take a 5-minute break there as they walk away and leave you in the cell.
Do we still have all our stuff? I mean,
Yeah, you didn't take anything.
You didn't take anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alcides will not be breaking any laws of any city. That's not his shtick.
Just kind of broke one.
Okay, so does anybody here know undead law by chance? Is that like a religion check, or I mean,
It's
like
what they say.
what are our
goes.
options for appeal here? Is this
It's
false
what those
arrest?
3 guys say.
Well,
That's
I'm
all.
Can
interested
we
in
file a civil suit?
Calix. Why is there no dock?
Yeah,
I
Calix.
don't know.
Logically, you implied and said that there was
He
a
was
dock.
Well, I thought there was a dock.
He did. He
You
did. And
thought there was a dog.
in his defense is that he's done nothing wrong so far. I mean,
Yeah,
just,
no, I didn't.
Though I
It's-
I thought that Calix would definitely employ all of his persuasion skills and his
I know. I was
and
like, I
all
was
of his
blanking on what to
craziness
say.
in that moment, and he's just like, "Yeah, I came here for this thing," and they're like, "We don't care," you know. It's like
I blinked up with. I couldn't think of something.
I was like,
good
if
to
there's
say.
one place that Calix is going to take over here, it would be this.
I know.
This moment.
Well, I can. Yeah, I can
Oh,
get us out of a jailbreak.
Yeah, have
That's-
you been here,
mean,
Calix? It seems
No.
to be odd. No.
Look, Calix, don't worry, we can get out of this. I'm not really concerned about being in a dungeon or anything like that. I was just hoping that we might make a connection with this guy here, who obviously seems to be up to something else. So
Yeah.
It is unusual. I mean, we can talk away from the bars.
Yeah,
but
he and the guy leaves, so you guys have a moment to talk before he kind of comes back.
Well, did I recognize it? Or like, there's a man.
It's just a man. So all you recognize, you don't recognize this guy, but it's just
Okay.
it means that there is a human impersonating a return
right.
within the city walls. That's what I was trying to convey is that
So
he's fully human. He knows these can, so he's kind of like this roguish character that is moving for some reason inside of the city right now.
it seems to be odd that there's a ruling human among the trifecta, among the Trinity.
He's not among the tribes.
No, he's not among the Trinity. He was the one who
the translator.
kind of like translator. He's like walked up.
okay.
Sorry, I know
Right.
he kind of walked up when the mages brought you in and started.
Got it. I
And
thought
then
it
he
was one of the
revealed
3.
himself to
Okay.
be
Okay,
a
no problem.
human. Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, let me just rush him. I'll be right back. Get some more water. And we'll...
okay, so there's no dock, so that means that the path to the boat is now somewhat up for question.
Yeah.
We
Calix is
have
just sitting here like, what?
we have the sentence to a dungeon, which we got from the leaders of the city that we came to, and they obviously don't like people. Surprise.
But you have the Calix has the boat.
Yeah.
But it was supposed to be launched from somewhere,
Mhm.
but we don't know where.
It said
This would be a
above,
good
I have it in my notes. There's a dock in Asphodel that I'm supposed to launch it from, and I'm supposed to meet.
Have you considered prayer? I mean, this might be the time for you to consult with your deity.
Yeah, no,
or, like
that was my next.
Google
that was
it
my next
or
plan.
something.
That was my next plan, being like, what the fuck? It's kind of like it's kind of like you being the like Phoenix being the boss, and then sending like someone into like the car shop to get like blinker fluid.
Yeah.
Like that's the feeling right now. So yeah,
What do you
it's
mean
gonna
there's
be a
no
slightly
blinker
angry
fluid?
prayer, but kind of be like, what the heck? Where's this doc? Get me out of here. Granted,
So was there a contact that you're supposed to find here?
yeah, there's someone on the dock that I'm supposed to meet, but then I'll know him when I see him, which are the best words
You know,
that I've gotten multiple
this-
times this campaign. You'll know him when you see him.
This is a lot of faith we're putting in you. So
Yep.
all right.
Mm-hmm. And it
As
doesn't
a-
help that
as a-
he's losing
as a
faith
backup
in
plan.
Phoenix.
As a backup plan, I suggest that we prepare like a plan to disguise ourselves as like wandering undead guards or something like that. Have a meeting place where we can meet back up again, be it the gate that we came into the city or somewhere else, just in case we get separated. I have the ability to communicate with the message, so if you guys hear me talking to you, it's basically just me projecting my voice over a distance. So don't freak out, don't get all like weirded out or anything like that. It's just me talking. You can give me back a short answer, but it's got to be just a few words. So try to condense your messages down to pertinent information. That's the best I can do in order to keep us. I can look through my bird's eyes to see what's going on outside, and give them directions in order to be able to give us some idea of what might be ahead of us if we do need to get out. But that's really all I can offer, aside from
If we need to get out, I can
standard
cast
complement
suggestion, make
spells
us
and weaponry.
invisible, and make one other person disguised along with myself. But that's because of Phoenix piety.
Now you know this
You
person
can-
that you're supposed to meet. Does he know you?
I'll know him when I see him. I don't know. Again, a lot of stuff is I don't know.
Will he know you?
Hopefully.
Will he recognize you as you, without you being there?
Well, hopefully at least
I mean,
recognize.
don't
the
you
different
look just
John,
like
actually.
everybody else who looks like you, except for faceless and all that?
Yeah,
I mean, there's got to be some distinguishing feature. Or do you have like a
As a
specific
player, I
aura
don't.
or
as a player, I don't know. Calix would be like,
I thought your mask had horns on it, and that's not
yeah,
a common
yeah,
it
trait.
has 2 big horns, and it's kind of like it doesn't have any features. It doesn't have like a sad face or anything. It's very
Most
Well,
all
I'm just
the
saying,
other
if we-
masks. All the
Also,
other masks.
Alcides will say, "You can all disguise yourselves. I will simply walk out of here."
okay.
I mean, 6-level paladin, shitload of undead.
I
That's-
feel the
that's
same
okay.
way myself. I'm just trying to play along because that seems to be what we are going to do. So
And then also, so far, Alcides' experience with undead has all been resounding
Bad.
success.
yeah. Well, I don't know.
All right, when have you been
Attacked
attacked by an undead?
Well, let's see.
When
that
we were
was,
in the swamps, I was surrounded
first
by the
thing that we
entire
were
skeleton.
attacked
Oh, wait.
with,
Oh, yeah,
when
never
we
mind.
met.
Skeletons. When have you been attacked by returned?
The first thing that
Before
happened when
that,
we met,
And we,
Times, yeah.
I mean, we
Yeah, Calix is just gonna
Join.
keep suggesting just ideas that it's like, oh, when have you been attacked by a turn?
at least 3
Oh,
times.
And just kind of gate this through them.
I have been in wars, Calix. You do not understand. If you have been to the borders of Theros and fought the things there, you would understand.
I've been above and below Theros, pointing in the wrong direction when he says it.
Right.
I've been in the underworld, I've been above the world, I've died, I've come back. I don't remember any of those things. What does that matter?
so you don't remember if the undead are actually like horribly evil and are going to eat us for dinner or some twisted fate like that.
I don't want to do that.
Do
Well,
the
you're not like most undead, though. I mean, like you have
Do
to,
the
you have
return
to
eat
sort of set
people?
yourself apart.
do the return eat humans or meat or
No,
I
humanoid?
mean,
No.
They don't eat.
Again, like an anvil rock. Interesting.
No, right when you brought that up, I was like, that's a really good similarity. Anyways,
Yeah, my originally in D&D, that's how I would play undead characters, just via Warforged.
Yeah.
You just say, oh yeah, I'm a skeleton in a suit of armor.
yeah.
All right.
But now they're actually using undead race.
Okay, so what's a red line? I mean,
Yeah, I
do we
think
wait
we
for them to
should.
attack?
We'll wait for the human to come back and communicate as far as what happens and see. I mean, if two people can get out without issues, they can go out. But as the invoice of Thassa will not be disguised, our city won't be disguised.
They can make you two invisible.
No,
Yeah,
the idea was to make us all look like you, so that whoever it is has more of a chance of finding us. But if he doesn't know who you are, then it's kind of pointless. So never mind.
Yeah, true. Well, once we get out, we head to the south of the city. That might be where. Or
What
if
were
we
the
head
words that were said to you regarding the dock?
to head to the dock at Asphodel.
Could the dock
And
be an establishment? Could the dock?
Could it be a
because-
could it be a doctor? You know, doc short for doctor.
or the
I
dock
don't
could
think
be,
there's any doctors in Asphodel.
but the dock could be a tavern name. It could
Yeah.
be a. It necessarily does not have to be a place of water.
Be a shoe, a docker.
So, as you all are sitting there chatting, a little bit of time goes by, maybe almost an hour, and you hear the slow walk of the man coming back down. You hear that one returned over in the cell over a couple areas that is just kind of wailing. The shrouded man arrives. He gloved hands. He removes. Says, "I am Baron. I know you probably have a lot of questions, but right now you probably want to get out of there. It is actually good that they chose imprisonment over death, and you all look very mighty and strong, but that battle could have gotten hairy." And he cling, unlocks. I was trying to be on your side because you returned. First of all, you seem to have all of your faculties about you, which is entirely strange. There are levels here in the city, but you are something else.
Calyx is going to take off his mask and kind of like dip and be like, "Calyx, at your service."
You mentioned the dock.
Yes.
Yes, and as I said, there are no docks, but there is an old place, a shop called the Sailor's Dock. I can take you there if you wish.
Yes, of course. But if you don't mind me asking, who do you worship?
Do you really want to know?
I really want to know.
I am a spy from the Great Phoenix.
Calyx is going to give him a big hug. Finally.
He just goes, yes, but let's. And then he reaches down and you realize he's got these bundle of black cloths and a box full of these metal, they're real return masks of return that are no longer. I would hold these to your face as we walk, and shroud yourselves in this cloth. Let us proceed. Unless you have some kind of religious refusal. He's looking around like, unless you refuse.
Calyx is going to disguise himself as just one of the returns, as one of these soldiers that he saw inside.
I'm gonna grab one of the cloaks and sort of like twirl it around as I do alter self to turn myself into like a undead. I'm gonna go ahead and shift it a little bit so I've got some natural weapons, claws and stuff like that. But then I'll like slide the mask onto my face.
It's so funny because I expected you to do that from jump, like before you even entered the city. I thought there was gonna be so many more disguises before we even walked in. So yeah.
All I'm gonna do is find a black cape and put that on. Other than that, complete normal appearance.
So you're just gonna wear your metal acroian helmet as you walk through the city. That's okay.
I was just gonna try and see if. Do you mind if I do something that's not actually a mask?
I mean, I can't put the mask on over my helmet. That's the problem. But the helmet does obscure my face completely.
He's gonna cast minor illusion on the helmet to look more like a return mask.
I'll allow that.
I really don't know how I'm gonna hide. I'm alive.
He's giving you a mask and a bunch of black clothes.
There are Leonin returned. They're not all
yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's just giving you. These are all very basic masks you could, pretty much strap or hold to your face as you walk, through where he's taking you.
Like the first returns in the Temple of Phoenix we encountered, they were all Tritons.
Yeah, they were Tritons. There's a return of every type of soul and every type of being in Theros. Absolutely. Maybe Osiris' face passes for return with just the shroud and like the bronze face on the front. I could see that as you guys step out into the streets. When you step out, you see on these high points, you realize, unlike in most cities where you're starting to realize those mages are the guards, they have the real guards, right? They seem to, almost like wraiths, seem to have their heads on a swivel and seem to be kind of always looking down from above. You all will get advantage on your stealth check as he guides you because he also knows where to take you. So I have rolled. Everyone else can give me an advantage stealth check.
I have disadvantage for my stealth check, so just a normal.
Or you have disadvantage because of the armor or because of how big you are? Yeah. In this situation, it's not that you're making a lot of noise. So I'm gonna give you a regular straight roll. Is that fair?
Yeah. I have the same thing. So
straight roll. Still straight roll for you, right?
19.
11.
Okay.
18 as a straight roll.
All of you seem to be doing very well as you move through the streets and kind of duck into alleyways, moving down, shuffling. Even as you push through groups of return, they don't pay any attention to you so far. Rakira, what'd you get?
16.
16? Okay. And so you head south, and sure enough, there is a little shop run down after who knows how long this thing's been here. And the rusty little sign says, the sailors, but the sailors is kind of really rough and kind of aged away, but you see very clearly docks. The door is halfway on. As you walk inside, and you see a small little, in between two buildings almost, there are a ton of like miniatures and maquettes of all these ships of beautiful, intricate design. Some of them inside of well-crafted glass bottles on display. Where is he? Baron looks around, your guide. Shit, he's not here. Probably means he's at the shore. The guy here, he makes these things. I don't know why you would want him, but he makes these boats, and sometimes he puts them on display. Sometimes he sets them off into the waters. He's even given them away, and I've seen returned wandering with them outside the city walls.
Are there any glaring omissions in his sort of tapestry of displayed oaks? Like anyone that's missing from like a rack that might be labeled or something like that?
You kind of look around. Investigation check.
Yeah. 14.
As you look towards the back, right behind the desk, on the wall there, you realize there is one space that just doesn't have a boat on it. and it seems like it would be there.
Does it kind of match the visual space of the size of the boat?
Of the size of the bottle, yeah, that Calix has.
I was gonna hold it up or hold the boat up and just go to him. He's like, wait, like this? Like I was sent on a mission from Phoenix to get this.
And in addition,
Calix.
on the right beside it, just to finish off what they're seeing there, Doth, is you also see a couple of vials, little potions that are sitting there as well. I don't know if you want to take them. They're like on the right beside the empty shelf. There's another shelf, and those two potions are there.
Let's try putting the bottle onto the shelf first and see if anything happens with that. Then Osiris can probably detect magic to see if the bottles are something worth investigating. I'll point them out to you.
As Calix puts the bottle on the shelf, nothing happens. Strange. What is it that you all want to do with this bottle and this boat? Why did you seek this shop, the docks? This is from an age-old baroness.
Phoenix told us to, or Phoenix at least told me to. He promised me a boat that we can sail off.
I will ask no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Finally, someone who doesn't ask questions. Oh, thank you. Oh, this is great.
Shall we go to the shores and find this person?
Sorry, can you tell what type of magic, if there is any magic, on these two bottles that are next to this thing?
I'll cast it.
The bottles are magical, and they seem to be, unless it's identified right, they seem to be magical potions of some type.
Can it? Is it from a transmutic school, or is it like a what is? Is there a way to tell like the?
It's not a way to tell from just the dusty bottles.
Okay.
Just two of them. They both have about a swig each. They, unlike I guess we'll say that potions of healing, they typically have a reddish hue to them.
Okay.
These have like a light blue, almost clear liquid. You can tell it's not water. You can give me a medicine check.
Yeah, I'd say looking at the bottles, no, it's a 4. So I'd say that these are seem to be slightly magical. They're not like a healing potion. They're opaque, kind of translucent, but I see a bluish aqua tint to it.
And I'm arguing this because I know we did Arcana, because I think like some potions have magical properties, but like we're saying, they're kind of created more so from this more earthy nature, like medicinal based apothecary kind of thing. Yeah. So this has some kind of magical value, if you want to call it that, but it's not quite like, it's not glowing, it's not giving you a feeling.
I'm not seeing arcane levels of magic.
Yes, you are not.
So
well,
I'm not really particularly interested in randomly stealing from people. I was just wondering if there might be a link or connection between the bottle and the bottles.
And as the bottles are being maybe put back, since you're not taking them, in the doorway suddenly stands a elderly looking man, gray skin, typical Asphodel kind of garb. Other than his shorts, his pants, something about them speak of someone who lived on the sea. As Osiris looks, his mask has like carvings in it of like there's a symbol of Thassa and like the symbol of the water kind of like in it, like kind of engraved in it. Nothing that's arcana, but
is it language? Because I read all right.
It's not language though. It's just more symbology. As he kind of like walks in, and he doesn't seem threatened or anything. He just kind of seems more. His body moves with more like wonder, like like I have kind of like visitors. As he kind of like kind of walks in.
Do I recognize this guy at all? Or
Not
like
at
a
all.
gut feeling? No. All right.
And then Baron just goes, "Well, he is the owner. This is the sailor. He is the crafter of what you see here. He doesn't speak, but what I know about him is that In life, he loved the sea. In death is what made him come back to this wretched land. But in death, with no boat, no crew, um, no place to set sail, he wishes to go to the water. And so he, strangely, whatever part of him is left over, he makes these.
I was gonna hold over the boat and ask, "Do you recognize this?"
He kind of like he almost like he lunges forward to like grab it, like he's like in awe of the fact that you have this thing.
He's gonna like back up and kind of get him more inside, so it's not towards the front.
He's inside. He kind of reaches out.
Give it back to me, okay? And then Calix will hand it over.
He clutches it like this big bottle, like draws it close.
Writes a note that says, "I left this on top of a fucking Hydra."
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I died because of this.
And lastly, left our adventurers.
And then he puts it under his shoulder and just starts to kind of hobble out of into the street. Kind of like says, like, "Come on." Starts walking out of the shop.
Calix will follow him. If he signals to follow. If not, he's gonna try and bring him back into the shop. Like, what the heck are you doing?
And he takes he kind of hobbles, and if you guys walk for a while, you leave the rear.
We're all going, right?
I mean, yeah, unless you guys are telling me otherwise.
Yeah. Akira? Yeah, everyone's going.
Yeah.
Yep.
Before we go anywhere,
Sure, Doth.
is there anything in this that looks like maybe like a map or any other either navigation or if we're on a ship related stuff that might be of interest just to know about?
There are mostly ornamental, but like there are rope and there are like, anchors and things like that on the walls that if you wanted to. And now remember, you didn't even want to take his hero flasks. I mean, his bottles. But if you wanted to ask him, I guess it seems like you guys are being, if you want to ask.
No, I guess I'm looking more for like insight into who this guy is and like what he's doing here. I mean, does this look like he's doing this to sell these things? Is he just fulfilling like an internal drive and has lots of time on his hands?
Without an insight check, I think that just watching Doth is able to pick up that, I think Doth, these returns are so strange to him. Like, with the way Doth's mind works, it doesn't make sense how they operate. But because they only operate on like the compulsive urges or the loose memories that they have from another life, those are the only things that they can do. You are getting the feeling that the mages, though, of the city are a little different. They seem to be more like Calix. The judges seem to be more like Calix, but the majority of the return you meet seem to be more like these zombies that are just trying to fulfill whatever they came back for. And so he makes them and he doesn't have anyone to sell them to. Just no different than the merchant who's been standing out there kind of mining like he's selling, because that's all he did in life. You get the feeling that he's doing the same thing. And this boat seems to be a prized possession that is now is like returned to him, but he seems to kind of know what to do with. Hopefully that helps.
As we're leaving, Calix is going to cast Mage Hand and grab one of the potions.
Okay.
And just so
you're able to take one of those. And so as you guys walk out to the water there, you are standing there and you start to notice you're in the same, because on the south side, that's the mire. The mire is where all the soil is still very red. It's where not too far off is where the tree is. And you find yourself there on a small shore where he takes this bottle, and he holds it up, and he kind of throws it down to the ground, and it shatters, and the boat flops out of it, but into the shallow. As the waves are rushing in, the boat kind of starts to float around in the water. And almost like a kid, he seems to kind of clap and watch the boat kind of start to move, and he grabs it right before it's kind of swept away from him, and he turns around and like holds it back, like almost in promise, like Calix said he was gonna give it back.
Oh my God, I quit. I gotta go get a drink. I'm sorry, Calix. Dot turns around.
I told you so.
Try and find a bar.
I told you so.
And this little
Calix
boat
is gonna cast minor illusion to make like a little drink for Doth.
Nice. And as he is handing it back over, suddenly the waters in the distance start to kind of move. And the boat that he's holding is glowing. And as he's handing it back to Calix, you see that there are a ton of little ghost people walking, like they're working on the ship. And the waters are starting to move. And first, the front of the boat kind of crests, and this trireme just kind of bursts out of the water. Not the boat that you're holding, but one off in the distance, shortly offshore, just that kind of matches it in sails and everything. It's very dark and black.
Like a black pearl?
Yeah, and it's just like floating there in the distance. A little bit like thunder crashes behind you, and the return looks off to the distance, and he looks like, kind of points at it like, almost like that's my boat, like that's the boat. And then the little green energy dissipates and floats, these little green embers in the sky floating off towards the boat. And as they float onto the boat, you can see off in the distance that each of those little embers is a now life-size bodied Eidolon spirit manning the boat. There are over 100 of them on the boat. You have a crew, you have a boat. And Baron is like,
drink.
He's amazing. And then you see he pulls out a little flask that he has, and he pours some real drink in Doth's. Like, I've never seen anything like that. Throws it back. But you're kind of standing there in that kind of dark, ready. Does anybody say anything? What you guys do is you're kind of standing there in front of your boat.
Calix is gonna stand there and just look at the guy who brought his boat. And is the blonde guy still with us?
Huh?
Is the blonde guy still with us?
Yeah, he's standing. He's the one that just took a flask and poured some in Doth's drink. Like, that's
he's gonna
crazy.
look at the person who made the boat and ask, and look at the two of them and be like, "You two want to join us? Because we got an adventure to go to."
Can I go?
Might as well. More the merrier.
Phoenix, can I go? He said yes.
Yeah.
And so at that moment, you all are preparing to head off. But before you do, as those winds are flickering, your boat waiting for you, you realize it's a short swim away because you don't have like a rowboat to get to it. But then, can I get a perception check from everyone?
Like that music swelling a little too early.
Hey,
10.
oh, Simon, it's time for a rematch, right?
Time for what?
Oh,
Time for a rematch, right?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, strength of 20 now. You might have a 60 speed, but I'm still stronger. Let's go.
the rain
Dirty
starts.
20 for the perception.
Nice. And so, dirty 20. If I don't hear anything wrong, I'm gonna go with Alcides. Alcides
yeah, 10.
kind of turns and through his metal helmet looks off, and as that lightning lights the darkness in the distance, that tree off in the distance, there he sees the thing that Osiris saw, the thing with the wings, this demon-like creature. She's like floating, and she seems to be attracted to the fact that the ship has sprung up out of the water. If you want to face this thing, you can fight it, or you guys can paddle like hell or run or try to escape to the boat. What do you do? It is moving in very quickly.
Alex is gonna draw his bow and just be like, he's ready to fight. He's on the top of the world right now.
So Calix
the
pulls
biggest
his blade and is
What
ready
does
to face.
Alcides do?
His longbow.
What does Alcides do? Yeah, what about-
City's like, does that come with the boat?
Nope.
Points to it with a spear.
Oh, that was a creature that came from the blood tree. It doesn't look good.
Do we know that
Alex,
that
what
fruit
is
is from the
that?
blood tree, or is that a?
Would
That
it be
is
a
not
threat to
me.
Asphodel?
So it's not this close, but the creature is something like this female-looking harpy-like, tall, but like more demon-like. Nothing like you've ever seen quite before. I can get us focused here, but it is coming in hot from behind Alcides.
Um,
I can't see it. My zoom is being slow.
Oh yeah, I'm pinning, but it's pretty much a giant demon.
Oh,
Lady.
there's it.
Serves me right for asking for a dominatrix at the dungeon.
Yep.
Is Calix within reach of Rykir?
Yes.
He's gonna touch him and just say, you've earned it, and tap him and cast fly on him. So kind of pushing Rye to feel like, all right, we're fighting.
This time when the light comes through, you can see that her maw is open, jagged teeth as she's flying, kind of like forward.
Rakira is just gonna give like Calix this elated look that I get to get out of the water.
He's like,
So happy. And then I'm just gonna I'm gonna slap him on the shoulder and be like, you are part of my pride. And then I'm just gonna blast out of the water. I'm gonna teleport my scimitar in my hand, my shield in the front, and I'm just gonna kind of like Wonder Woman kind of like fly like towards the ship and try to just intercept.
So you're flying away from her. You're going towards the ship. You guys are leaving.
No. I mean, I'm up. I'm in the air, and I'm gonna be circling them just to make sure that to try to guard them.
Okay.
So
I'm just trying to get the gist of fight or flight that's happening here.
Fight.
Oh, fight. Okay.
Okay. All right. So
That's what I was trying to get. I'm not reading. It seems like you're flying. If you're flying, you're probably leaving, heading towards the ship, like trying to get away from this and just get on.
Complete opposite.
I can totally see the party being like, let's just get out of here. Like, this
or
isn't
not.
necessary.
Yeah.
Or I can see the party being like, let's hunker down and like, let's kill this thing.
You know what? For my move, so we're swimming. How far away? And where's the ship?
No, we didn't
Where's
swim.
this demon?
We're not swimming. We didn't. I just said that it's coming. It's about 100 feet away from Alcides, so it's not really here. It's like off in the distance, but he sees it kind of pushing in as the rain starts. And
So we're not in the water yet.
You're not in the water.
Okay. How far away is the
If
ship?
it is,
It's offshore, so swimming probably no more than 200 feet.
What's my
It's
flying speed?
60 feet.
And in game wise, what I'm asking you is, do you guys want to fight, or do you want to turn this into like a skill challenge to get to the ship and then like get on the ship and head towards where you're going next, which is the island.
I would like to vote for the ultra violence.
The violence.
Yep, same here.
Yeah, I'm with.
yeah,
you.
Alcides thinks this thing may be a threat to Asphodel, so it may be better to kill this thing so it doesn't just destroy these people.
All right, so whatever you guys do,
Because even
roll
though
initiative.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, since you did say it was 100 feet away from me, I was gonna cast guiding bolt on it.
I'll allow that. So I'll allow you to get the first. All right.
9.
I follow suit. So
Nat 20 for the initiative.
Ooh, 21.
Damn, I should have said roll. I should have said roll for damage instead. Damn it! Or I should roll to attack first.
I get +2 to initiative, if that matters. Or I think it's gonna go Dolph than me. We both got 9.
Well, I got a 22 total.
All right, I got a 21.
Are we rolling initiatives?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I rolled a dirty 20 for the hit with guiding bolt.
Okay. So by the time you cast Guiding Bolt, it has closed that distance that you see there. There's the little guy who's out. It's out here. Okay, so we will kick this off. Let me go to. One second, I'll ask for those numbers in 1 second here. I'm looking for the. Sorry, I'm just pulling up the encounter here. Make sure I have. We pull Benji out of here, so. And Jack. Sorry, feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Let's see.
Alex,
Yeah.
this is Fred.
Yeah, he's like, he's really excited because he's like, all right, well, he's charging in full force. And I'm just like, this is so terrifying to fight against. And he's so happy that he just created this. Just drawing back his bow. It's just like, I just imagine just Calix firing a handful of arrows, just Rise running up. Just with guiding
I would have
bolts.
loved to be a flying paladin.
Man. All right, so.
How long do I get to fly for?
Well, Alcides, you do have ranged options. That's the only reason why I didn't do that with you.
Yeah, it's because Rakira can never get in when creatures are flying. You can never get in.
Yeah,
get in
I was
there
like,
and
I
attack.
played the fighter that can't get in.
That can never
range.
get in.
Yeah,
That makes
you're
sense.
thinking of Drax, right? Kira can cast Fireball.
Or bolt. There's big
Fire
difference
bolt.
there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Calix. What you got?
9.
9. Kira.
I got a 21.
Ooh, nice. So you really are straight to the Osiren.
9.
9. Okay, and because of and Alcides.
I got a 22.
Yep. So you're
You
definitely
rolled
gonna get
really good. Rolled a 9.
Doth.
I got a 9.
9. All right. Oh, that creature. Man, my rolls tonight in D&D Beyond are terrible. So you guys are pretty much all going to go before a creature. So you were casting. I will allow you to. Now it does. Well, I mean, now CDs you roll 22, so you go first anyway. So yeah, as you stated it in the narrative, it goes off that way as you cast Guiding Bolt. It's on you.
I already rolled to hit, and that was a dirty 20.
Okay, let me just confirm that's a hit. That is a hit. Go ahead and give me your damage and damage type.
What's the distance to the creature?
Right now it's about 50 feet away.
50.
That'll be
Perfect.
Yeah, close that
14.
gap. Because once I put the
That'd be-
miniature on the board, then I go by that. So like narrative wise, it was 100 feet away, and then we kind of bring it in slow motion. It's now 50. So it's like 10, 20, 30, 40. Yeah, about 50. Because
That'd
I
be
can
14
Make sure that the
radiant.
thing doesn't hit me, or else you're gonna go.
14 radiant damage.
Sorry.
Yep.
It will take it.
As I throw a glowing spear, hopefully that alerts all the guards as well that thing's there, and then the next attack at it gets advantage.
There are no guards. Remember, he took you. So also, just so you understand, we are no longer in the city. He took you out of the city, down into the murky bog, to the shore. So you guys at the shoreline.
Okay.
Yep. If that ends it for Alcides, then we move to Rakira. So pretty much it's without a creature, it's Alcides, Rakira, Calix, Doth, Osiren. That's what I have.
Okay.
Unless
I can-
Osiren or Doth want to change. So I think it depending on who had the highest dexterity, it was Doth and then Osiren. Oh yeah, yep. And this creature, this combat, you guys are pretty strong, level 6. You've got that freaking abidance, so we're not gonna play with. Jack is there, but Jack is gonna be doing Jack things in the background, and same with Benji. Okay, so Rakira.
Okay, so how far can I fly?
60 feet
60. So
without
I can
dashing.
without-
120
okay.
if you dash.
And the monster's 50 feet away, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm gonna move and attack the creature with my scimitar.
You got it.
Okay.
And you get advantage for your first hit.
I got a 12 for my first hit.
That does hit.
Advantage? With advantage?
Oh, it does hit. Cool. Oh,
Wait, no, you said 12. 12, I'm sorry. It does not.
I use my inspiration
I'm
to
sorry.
roll again.
Too many
No, but
things.
you have
DM brain fart.
What?
Don't
You
already
have advantage
for
for your first hit.
Oh, okay.
Why does he have advantage for his first hit? Somebody explain.
Batting
I-
bolt.
I got
Got it.
19.
Yes, he does.
Sweet. Thank you, sir.
That does hit. What? And then, are you attacking with a magical blade or?
I am.
Okay.
Whew, thank goodness I am. And that the first attack does 10 damage.
Okay.
And then
Takes it.
I will do my second attack. I missed. So that was a 13.
Okay. 13 damage. Okay.
And then as let me see here. And then for my bonus action, I want to do Expeditious Retreat. Back 10 feet.
Back 10 feet. So you just like fly by and slash a couple slashes, wham wham, delivering this like nasty damage to this creature, and then move away. 10 feet. Anything else otherwise?
I'm done.
We then move to Calyx.
Alright. I'm gonna use my Hexblade's curse on it, and then attack with my longbow.
All right.
It's gonna be 24 to hit.
Hits. She kind of rides.
12 damage. All magical.
Takes it. So you guys
And
just go into
pulling
full
back with
assault
another
here.
one, just kind of following Rise thing, a dirty 20 hit.
Okay.
And then another 12 damage. So just firing these
So how much damage total?
24.
24. This thing is getting just shredded right now.
Just pulling these two bows back, like right when Rykira hits, he's hitting right in that spot with those smoke-filled almost arrows.
Okay. We move to, if you're done, Doth.
I'm gonna cast Searing Smite, which I guess is gonna drop Alter Self, then charge an attack. So, if I hit with my horns, I get to make an attack. So
It's flying
charge is an
though.
action. Oh,
Yeah, I know. I just put it on it because remember it was flying, and so it's like hovering above the ground. So Rykira is the first person to kind of get to it. It's
okay.
yeah.
Then in that case, I will move forward, Misty step above it
Okay.
if I can,
Yep.
and then I'd like to use my action to grapple it.
Okay, so as you kind of misty step above it and start falling down, give me that athletics check. It will take. It will go for strength to throw you off. Damn it. Okay.
18.
So, Doth, you grab onto this like female creature, and this close to it, what you realize is its skin is leathery and kind of dark, and it wears she wears very adorning like golden rings on her hands. There is almost it's almost like her horns are golden, like protruding from her head. This thing feels otherworldly.
I'm just gonna,
you've got to grapple.
Basically gonna try and get her and pull her back into just a full Nelson or whatever to try and get her out of the sky.
Okay.
I guess if I was
The
grappling,
thing about a grapple, if you're trying to grapple, I can't see even Doth diving down. You're not big enough. She's so big, you can't grapple her wingspan and close her to make her tumble to the ground.
No.
You can weigh her down.
I'm trying to grab her around her neck and basically cut off her ability to breathe.
Okay.
I don't know if she can breathe or needs to.
Yeah. So she's writhing and fighting against you. right now. Okay, and that's a success as you're like holding on, and
That's my move, my
say that
action, and
you're
my bonus
choking.
action. So
Got it. We move to Osiris. You see that Doth is on the creature, holding her around the throat. Your turn.
So I will try and I'll definitely have Dekia out to bite it. How do you pronounce it? Dekla?
Who are you? Where did you?
Oh,
How do you
the
pronounce
Biden.
the Biden? Dekla?
Oh, is it
It's Declan.
It's Deck.
Dekla?
Oh no, I was joking. Not Declan.
I actually need to check myself. Decla, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say Decla.
Okay, Dekla. So yeah, I'll grab Dekla in case it comes down or it gets within range. And I will send a guiding bolt out.
Okay.
Let's see if that works. Does a 22 hit?
It does.
Awesome. And then that does smacks with 10 points of force damage.
Takes it.
And then whoever hits it next will have advantage on the hit.
Nice.
For the bonus action, I will summon the tentacles of the deep. And then try to wrap it and also pull it down if possible.
Okay.
No, 11. I'm assuming it misses.
It misses with the tentacles of the deep. Yep.
But I'll move it with her as it's moving.
So can the tentacle? So it's her turn now, and what she does is she pushes. She starts to flap her wings. She starts to fly up higher. She's gonna go up with
You'll
her.
get an attack of opportunity.
Fair enough. She will fly up for 60 feet. And so give me your opportunity to attack as she begins to.
Missed it.
Missed
Yeah.
it.
technically,
Okay.
I can grapple a creature that's one size larger than me, and I think I cut her speed in half if she's grappled.
Fair enough. If she's grappled, then she goes up 30. And she's pushing up, and you're holding onto her. You're still trying to cut off her air supply. You can feel the taut muscles in her neck, really thick. Not a normal, not dainty like a normal human that she could easily snap. And she begins to kind of she's speaking something, some type of enchantment. I need a wisdom saving throw from Doth.
Calyx is gonna counterspell that.
How do you even know she's casting a spell?
Fair enough. Well, it's 50 feet. I can.
Okay, 50 feet, fair enough.
Or the
I
range,
won't
the range
argue
for
it.
counterspell is 60 feet, but I can.
He's looking
if I
up.
can
She's going
see-
up
if
30.
you can-
she's
if
about.
I
She's
can
about.
see her casting the spell. Or wait, no, if she's 30 feet in the air, no. Never mind. That's out of.
Yeah, because she goes up 30 before she casts it.
Yep, that's out of 60-foot range.
Yeah. Okay. And then so I just need a saving throw from Doth.
Yeah.
What'd you get?
17.
Okay, you guys are so you start to feel what would have been this effect trying to confuse your mind.
Did you want to go out on a date or
Yeah, it does not take effect.
pizza?
But for a
Just
moment
go-
there,
go for a drink.
yeah, you would have been good anyway. So you're able to like fight back these urges for this creature to kind of try to make you do something out of your control or to confuse your mind. It does not work. She stays there.
Look,
She's
you're
now.
really hot. You're kind of freaky.
We are at round 2 as we're as Alcides, you're up.
Alrighty, I'm gonna run up as far as I can below it. I can move 30 feet towards where it would be if it was closer to the ground. And then cast Guiding Bolt again.
All right, that would
'Cause-
be that would put you within range if you move up 30 to it. Okay.
I gets advantage because of Siren's guiding bolt.
Yeah.
Nice, that is. Does a 17 hit?
It does.
Alright. That'll be 16 radiant.
Take it.
And then as a bonus action, I'm going to what is it? Channel Divinity for Peerless Athlete, which gives me advantage on athletics and acrobatics, carrying capacity and everything for push, drag, and lift is doubled, and then the distance of my long and high jump is increased by 10 feet.
Nice.
Nice. So as you strike it, you see something kind of shift. Maybe it's the fact that you're hitting these guiding bolts left and right, and also just Doth holding on to her. She kind of collapses and becomes to fall out of the sky. So she just pummels back towards the earth, and she really would hit. So yeah, she's not very far up. So Rakira, when it's your turn, as you're flying above, she will slam down. She was about 15 feet above the ground, so 30, 35, I mean 30, so 45 feet.
Okay.
So she'll take 4d6. Doth, you will as well.
Can I roll to hit the ground in hopes of getting a natural 1 and just completely missing?
In terms of, you mean a natural 20? In terms of not.
No, I want to roll to attack the ground, and if I miss, I can fly, right?
Oh, because do you have flight?
No. If I roll a 1, I miss, right?
Oh.
So
Yeah, that's how it works. Come on.
Sure. I'm not. So she took.
That means you stab yourself and just hit the ground with your body.
Here's what I will ask for is probably trying to use her to buckle the ground, to slam against the ground and maybe absorb some of the impact. Can you give me an athletics check?
okay, but yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah.
what were you trying? You actually were trying to do something there. You're trying to hit.
Actually, I got an idea.
I was
Was I
trying to
able to use my
like
whole turn
grapple
to
her
catch
like
him?
head first into the ground.
Oh, I
guess.
thought. Gotcha. You were trying
Like
to.
like basically like spin around so I like
Pile
my
drive.
legs around her
I
neck
see. I got you.
and just like grab her face and try and like
And that's what
smash
you were
it
saying
into
to
the
hit
ground.
with if you hit the 1.
No, that was a joke.
That was okay. That's what I thought. I thought that was a joke. I'm like, maybe I missed it. Okay, so you're saying instead you're gonna power.
It was
drive
actually
her
a
face.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy
So I'll
reference.
give you the athletics check then to just drive her face, but then you have to take the damage.
Okay, that's fine.
Fair. Okay. And then so you can add if you can. Here's the thing: you'll roll against her basic strength against strength, even though she's falling. No matter what, you roll a 14.
Okay. I only got a 13, so
She
So
rolled an 8.
question.
So she'll take half of the damage. So she'll take 14 plus 7.
So
she'll
got a
take-
question.
So she'll take 21.
As they go by, my tentacle was in the air. Do I get a chance to do attack of opportunity and wrap Doth? So if I hit Doth with the tentacle, I get to hold him, and while the creature goes
No,
down.
because they're not willingly moving out of the range.
No, they're moving past me.
Yeah, no, well, because they're falling.
They're like falling, so they're not. She's not choosing to move out of your range of your.
Oh, that's how that
opportunity
works. I
attack.
thought if it just goes
Yeah.
by.
Yeah.
So it's like teleportation gets you
well,
out
what
of
do you-
there, and if you get pushed back, you don't get an attack of opportunity.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
No, it's confusing. The way it's worded doesn't make sense. And then
Now,
it's like,
it's kind of a cool thing if you want to
Oh.
save Doth, but if you do that, then Doth does not get to slam her face to the ground. They both can't.
That's true.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Go ahead
So
with
you
the
either gotta like
go
take.
with
She either takes the extra damage, and Doth
go
takes
with the
damage,
miniature
or-
slam.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Doth takes 14. She took 21. She's like laying prone as they're both prone there on the ground.
I feel like Doth doesn't want to be saved. He just wants to cause as much damage as possible.
Yeah, he's my hero now.
Yeah.
So, Osiris Who's next? Who's got the next?
So Osiris, after Osiris, after Doth, it's Osiris. You're up.
Yeah. I'll rush up with the Bident and put it right to the throat in the face and just study her, since this will be the first infernal thing I've ever seen.
So 30 feet hits you like right there.
30
you're
feet?
still
Okay.
about 15 feet away from it. Your
I'll
tentacle
dash.
is your dash. Okay.
Okay.
And,
I laughed my ass off if this thing wasn't even hostile. It was just coming to talk to us.
Right.
That'd be really funny.
just for
Did
the
that
sake of
before in
moving
another
things a
game.
bit closer. Everybody's not that far away.
So I will have the tentacle just wrap around it just in case, right? But
Okay.
I'll have the bite it right at her throat and just study what creature it is and what it looks like, and say how fascinating.
And as you study it, can you give me history?
Yes. 11?
Yeah, he doesn't know what this thing is.
Stop, yeah.
So Siren, your tentacle is trying to wrap around it. So you're using your tentacle to try to grapple it?
Yeah.
Okay, you would need to give me a athletics check for your tentacle. And I'm gonna get a check for take disadvantage since she's prone, of course.
10?
I beat it. Beat it. 10 and 10. Like, she rolled a natural 20 or a dirty 20 first one, 10 the second one, so 10. So she doesn't snap the tentacle, but kind of whips it off of her, kind of stands up, and doesn't fly away, but just kind of begins to like just hover.
Wait, I think you might have skipped me and Rakira.
Oh, did I?
Yeah,
I'm
I think
sorry.
so. I was thinking that too.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You did. Alcides went, so she's down. Rakira, Calyx, Doth.
Yeah.
I've skipped a Doth. Rakira, you're up.
It's all
So
good.
she's still down.
Yeah.
She's still prone.
Still prone. Okay, I'm in the air, so I'm just gonna charge her with my sword. I'm gonna go for the head. So I got a 24 to hit.
24 hits.
The first one does 9 damage. So the second one's 18 to hit.
18 still hits.
Uh, 7 damage.
All right.
And then I'm going to bonus action. I'm gonna jump away before.
Bonus action to do that. Move away again.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Takes that damage. Calyx.
So it's prone, right?
Yes.
So I would have disadvantage for attacking my longbow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to like almost disappear my bow and just like have a big orb of smoke swarming and just kind of shoving it towards the thing. I'm going to cast Hypnotic Pattern, only targeting or only designating the monster. So that's a 15 Wisdom save.
Okay.
That beat it. Yeah. Okay.
Is
So
that
that-
is that your turn?
That's
Calyx?
it. Well, that's all I
Alright.
can do.
So as we go back to Doth, the siren, she stands up, breaking away. And she like claws go out, and these black, like a storm of like kind of coming out of the mist are these crows, just all calling, and they begin to swirl around in a 20. Did you also move? Are you still back here, Calyx?
I'm probably gonna back away
Okay.
if I'm.
Yeah. So
Everyone's
it's a
swarming.
20-foot radius. Pretty much, it's like a fireball. It's pretty much a bunch of crows obscuring everyone's vision there, and so everyone needs to give me a Constitution save.
in there, or
Everyone who's inside of the 20. So that's
Okay.
pretty much Alcides. That's pretty much everyone but Calix. Because Rakira even only moved away 10 feet.
Yeah.
24.
24.
4 for a siren.
Nice. So
25.
So anything above 15 is a pass. Anything 15 or above is a pass. 14 or below is a fail. And you will take damage half or whole, like normal. So those crows, as they're spinning around, I don't know if anyone's so pretty much it's part psychic, part piercing, but total it is 30 damage. So
Holy.
30, you either take 30 or you take 15.
So because I failed the sale.
And otherwise point out if unless you're immune or you've got some kind of resistance to psychic damage. That would change things. Oh, that's the only thing that would change anything. Otherwise, everyone in that circle takes 30.
I've got 3 points of resisting to non-magical piercing, but
Okay.
magical.
Just 3 points, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you
3
would
points per attack.
Oh, per attack. So then your 30 would have been 27. You would have taken 3 points off. Because she did 15 piercing and she did 15 psychic. Literally rolled the same number on both. There were 2 separate rolls.
If I saved, what's my total?
So then you would just half. So you would have halved each of those. So it'd be 15. I was just round that down to it'd be 7. You take 7 damage, and then you take away 3 from the piercing. You would take 4. You take 4 piercing damage and take 7 psychic damage.
11.
11, yeah. And that will be your turn. Moving to turn 3. And then when the creature did that, it also seems like the crows are kind of you feel like they're recharging her, just kind of like breathing, like they're giving her life. Alcides, you are up.
Is she in the air or is she on the ground?
She's hovering, so she's within striking distance. She's not flying.
Would Hellish Rebuke work since you took damage? Would it affect her or would it affect the crow?
The crows aren't. They're a spell effect.
So the attack is from her.
The attack is from her. The crows are, yeah. Oh, you could, yeah. She casts it's like her innate spell, so you could cast Hellish Rebuke if you wanted.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast that.
Okay. It's a wisdom save for me.
It is. Hold on, let me find it. Yeah.
X?
Yeah, Hellish Rebuke. Yeah, dexterity save.
Dexterity save.
13.
Sorry, I've got all the spells right here, so I'm just like.
Nice. All right, it's a 24.
Yeah.
She
would take half the
Yep.
damage.
So what's the damage on it?
Hellish Rebuke. Let me hit cast, and it is 3 to 10. So it is 16, 8 points of hellish damage.
18.
Or spiky water.
All right, because you hellish rebuked, it is right before the next turn, so she will use, now that she has her legendary action available, she will sweep out with a reach of 10 to claw towards Osiren. The claw is a 19 to hit.
That would hit.
Okay.
Do I have another?
Yep. So you'll take 16 slashing damage.
Actually, as a reaction, can I cast Shield on him? That'll raise his DC by 4, I think.
All right. All right. Then your shield will work.
So what was the attack on me?
It was a 19, but he raised it by, so he
perfect.
blocked
Then
it.
it's a miss.
It like breaks across this arcane shield that blocks up. She gets frustrated.
Beautiful.
As we move in, and Alcides, you are up. So yes, you can definitely strike her.
Which I shall do twice. Actions. All right, so that'll be 19 and 17 to hit. Am I muted?
Yes,
Doesn't-
you said 17 to hit?
Yep, and a 19. Because of
And a
multi-attack.
19. Both of those will hit.
Let me look at my spell slots and see how I'm doing. I'll do a second level Divine Smite for one of the attacks.
Okay. And at the end of this, just reminder, you will make a Constitution save because you're still inside the crows. And
That's fine.
Yep. And she was supposed to make a con save for her spell. Her spell is still up.
So that'll be 15 non-magical piercing.
Okay.
Then Divine
15,
Smite that
so
increases.
not 15 non-magical. Okay. Just take.
That'll be 2d8.
So you stab her.
Is she a fiend or undead?
She's a fiend, a large fiend.
All right, so then I get an extra d8 for that.
Okay.
What the hell are my d8s? All right. There. All right. 9 plus 9, so that'd be 18 radiant.
Oof, nice. Takes all of that. She's starting to slow down a bit. She takes that, taking all that damage there. Starting to look weakened, even though she just got like powered in by these like dark energy from these crows. You need to give me a con save of 15 or more for the crows.
Not a
What's the
problem.
radius of the crows?
20 feet.
20 feet. All right.
20 feet radius. So it's like
I got
10
it.
feet centered on her.
As a bonus action, I'm gonna. Oh wait, never mind. I can't channel my divinity again. Darn. That'll be a 17 for the con save.
okay. So you take half of. I'm gonna roll this for the whole turn. So this would be something to keep rolling it. So, but anyone who is in it on their turn will have to deal with it. So, it's gonna be 23 for this round. So you pass it. So you'll take 11. It's 11. That's. Oh no, that's the first roll. Wait, what did I just do here? Oh no, that's the first roll. That's just in piercing. So you'll take half of the piercing, which would be 23. So everybody note I said 23. And then of the psychic damage, you'll take half of that. So this turn it's 23 and 25. So
If you stay in the circle.
if you stay in the circle. So you'll take
So
you'll
that's
take
49 damage total.
yeah,
Okay.
and you'll take
I can
the,
survive
and you'll
that.
take the of the 25 you'll take 12. So that's what you just yeah, because you take half. So you just took those two damages. And then to Alcides. We're moving to Rakira.
Okay, I'll go.
And
back
she
in.
will legendary claw swipe Alcides.
But she got her attack.
What's that?
She already got her attack.
She has legendary actions.
What does that mean?
Legendary actions means you have actions that activate after anyone's turn. She has a
Oh,
certain
Lord.
number of them. Yeah.
It essentially
That's-
gives big boss monsters better action economy.
Boss
so
monsters
it's
have
not
better action.
giant
economy.
That's
gangbang.
just
Yeah, it's-
stupid.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
we're so aggressive.
So she's got a number. Yes, she just had a 21 on that. So
Yeah.
now see. That's why when she did. So that's why she was out of her turn, but she did in legendary action when you did. She hadn't done a reaction last turn. She hadn't done a legendary action, so she used her legendary action when you
Because
did,
I made an action.
because you made an action.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
I can only do it as a response to something you
Yeah.
do. So
Yeah. I was also trying to say I was going to use my bonus action to use shield or not shield of faith, protection from evil and good.
okay, what does that do again? Remind me.
Anything that fiend, celestial, undead, fae all have disadvantage, and then I also
Okay.
can't be charmed or anything.
Okay, I'll roll again. 14.
Nice.
Misses.
All right. Rakira, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna go back in. The first attack's a 19 to hit.
Hits.
The second attack is an 18 to hit.
Okay.
All right, and now let me go in for a slash. The first attack
We have
is
enough
9.
movement to go in and then come back out again.
Yeah, I do.
No,
Is that
you're
60 feet?
inside of it, bro. You're inside
Oh,
of it.
I'm already inside of it.
You're
I
inside
can
of it.
do
It's a
expeditious
20-foot
retreat after.
radius, so it's not 10. It's 20 feet around. These are 10, 20, so it's like a fireball. He's got like everybody in
because he
there.
has 60 feet of movement.
I mean, oh yeah, he can move out, but here's the thing: it activates when you move. So when he moves, that's when it activates. So even if he stays outside of it, he tests the con save for the crows. It's like flying through blades, right? Like he's like flying through. Yeah.
So you in it, you take it. You move through it, you take it.
Come on, guys! You guys are level 6 now. You don't think I'm gonna just give you pushover monsters at this point?
Fair enough, fair enough.
So,
But if you disappear, you won't take damage.
How's that?
So if you're taking Misty
Misty
Step or
Step.
teleport,
Oh, Misty Step. Yes, if he Misty
Yeah.
Steps, then that's different. Absolutely different.
okay.
Do you have
So
Misty
my-
Step?
Me?
Yeah. Oh,
I'm
you're saying
fine.
if say you have Misty Step. What are you?
right, yeah.
Let's go back to your turn, Ricardo. What are you doing?
Okay, well, I'm still flying from Calix's
Yes,
spell.
you are still flying.
Okay, so then both my attacks hit. The
Okay.
total attack, the total damage was 20 for both
Okay.
those attacks.
Okay, she'll take.
And
the-
then I am going to do my action surge. And then
Okay.
and go in again for a couple more attacks.
before you do your action search, I want my ability because it's supposed to trigger at the beginning of your turn. So I would like you to make your con save now.
Okay.
Before you action search.
No problem. Oh, I got 10.
All right, so you will take because it's for everyone. There was the 23 and the 25. So was it 49? You take all of that.
Okay. I'm dead.
Is he down?
I'm down. Yeah.
You're down?
I'm
As a
down.
fighter?
I'm down. Yeah.
He's poisoned. Remember, he's been losing HP.
Oh!
Oh. I was like, 49, that's not enough to kill you, especially with the tough beat. That'd put you
Yeah.
at
What's your total hit? You haven't been touched at all, right? It's your first time getting hit. You only have 49
Yeah.
hit points.
No, I got hit before that too from the crows.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this might be a TPK.
And then she will use a legendary action and swing on Doth. 23.
Doc, you muted.
I don't know if
I'm gonna shield out of it.
it's going to shield out of it. All right. Blocked it. Another legendary action cast, which is down a number of legendary actions for this round. As we move to Calix.
Alrighty. Well, still technically concentrating on Fly if Rykira's body ever comes up, but yeah, I'm gonna attack him on longbow.
Go ahead.
21.
And then I did take damage, right? So I need to give a con save for the crows. She's got a pretty nice plus for that. So yeah, she's good.
21
Even with
hit
the
and
attack
14
I
damage.
did,
How much damage was it?
14.
I dealt 15 piercing and then 18 radiant.
Okay, so I rolled a 17 on my con.
That's good.
It
It would have to be like 34, north of 44 damage, or 34 damage for that roll.
for that, yeah, for it to be something that would knock. So Calix, what'd you get? She does
21
look
damage.
weakened though. She's starting to look
Yeah.
haggard.
Or 21 to hit, 14 damage.
Takes
And
the-
then for my second
is
attack,
it magic damage?
yeah, all magical.
Okay.
27, and since it's a 19 and Hexblade's Curse, it's a crit. So that's gonna be on something good. 18. So that's 32 damage total.
So I mean,
Just firing all these arrows back.
if
and
there's
forth.
one, I guess, moment or episode so far that Calix has maybe been a drag to the party. There's this moment where he shifts and he's kind of feeling himself, and he just
just
What does it look like? Yeah, it's
just pulling back these almost like flame like arrows, but it's like smoke, and landing, and just you see like the veins in the monster just like almost like turn black just when it hits, just because of that curse. And
one
just you
lands
see-
right in the chest, one right in the throat, and she still continues to flap her wings and begins to try to lift up, but she's hurt by it. Nice, still alive though.
Yeah, and he's gonna scream, "Someone bring back the cat, please!"
Angry, she grabs Rakira, picks the cat up, and like just with one quick claw, she gets advantage because he's prone. Her last legendary action of this round. $17. Does that hit? And a 25. Another 25 hits Rakira. And she's claws his
25
body.
hits.
As she claws his body, she swipes it, slashing it, and he takes 2 automatic fails on his death saves. We are now, she seems tired, so I'm transferring that she's like run out of everything she can do here. Calyx is just gone. Doth, you're up.
Oh, I didn't get my attack.
Oh, did I skip? Oh no, wait.
No,
Alcides, Rakira, Calyx. Am I
Doth.
missing somebody?
After Doth,
Then
you should
Osiris. Doth hasn't gone.
no, I've only done one attack.
Oh, when did you attack? When did you attack though? This round?
So in the second round, I thought I was after Doth, but you went to Calyx, so I'm assuming I was after Calyx.
Okay.
Oh, because we went out of order because he.
Oh, and you'd only
Then
done
you
one
fell out of
attack
sky, and then you
that
cut to
last
Doth.
turn. So then on your turn, I'll just give you an extra attack.
Okay.
So is that fair? So when
Yep.
you get back to your turn, I'll give you an extra attack.
Yeah.
Good. So we keep it just so we can get it back to that. We'll go Doth, then Osiris, and you'll have your 3 attacks then.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Did she manage to fly up, or
No, she didn't. She's just hovering. She didn't move
Okay.
anywhere. She's not giving you guys the opportunity to attack. She's just
Yeah, all three.
I'm gonna
all
wait.
everyone attack. Boom.
That would be so.
I'm gonna yell for everybody to duck, and then I'm gonna web her and her little flock of birdies.
What are you gonna do?
Web.
Oh, okay. What
Nice.
kind of save is it?
It's a 20-foot cube.
Cube. Okay.
So basically, I'm going to turn the cube so that it's, kind of sitting on the corner. Try and
Yeah.
grab as many of the flying birdies as I can.
Nice.
And then a creature restrained by the webs can use its action to make a strength check against your spell save DC. If it succeeds, it's no longer restrained. So each creature that starts the turn in the webs or enters them during its turn must make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. So dexterity save. Let's see. She gets advantage on spell saves.
This chair has lost. It has one wheel missing. I keep forgetting, so I've just been falling back. I don't know if you've been seeing.
No, but I'm gonna be watching now.
Yeah, no. Well, it's like I'll lean over this way, and then the whole
She
thing
passed.
shakes, and grabbing this
Um,
unstable.
Doth, she passed with a 23.
Yeah.
So
What about the birds?
and what you realize is that the birds are a conjuring. They're not physical, and so you realize if you'd have webbed her, you'd have webbed them as well. But they're still going.
It's still a nice cube of flammable material that you can light on fire for an additional 2d4 points of damage.
Sounds good to
Well,
me.
Hold on, I got you. Hold on.
Doth, we move to Osiris. So this web is now like you can kind of see her ripping it off of herself, like pulling it off of her wings. The birds are kind of
All right.
metaphysical going through her, and then
So-
we go to
I'm gonna take Tequila, the Bident, and Green Flame Strike. So let's see. I should get 2 attacks and see if any of them hits. So 12 misses.
misses. Another 12. Oh my gosh.
12 misses.
This is
Can
like,
I
you're
give
like
him my
blinded, like through this
inspiration?
obscured, like trying to fight.
Can I
through
give
this.
him my inspiration?
Your inspiration
Ah.
from
I have an inspiration.
Or
And use your own inspiration as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll use it. I'm good.
Using that
Let's
inspiration, waiting for Thassa to help.
Fucking
I just want to
nine.
see this trying. Oh,
He's trying to get used to this giant heavy. He's like trying to wield this thing, and it's just, oh my gosh.
If you need to do like green flame water instead.
You
Yeah.
really just need like one hit. Like that was
One
really,
hit would have
yeah.
done a lot of damage.
Yeah, you
So-
like Calix is like looking at the thing, just like.
I will bonus action Misty Step out of the bird so I don't get caught up in that.
Can you
Oh yes, I
misstep
also
to
did
one
not.
other person?
By the way, I also didn't make anybody else. If you were still in there, you need to make a con save for the. That would have been Doth and Rakira did it, so I think Doth is the only person that didn't. And then,
Okay.
or you
Then
are.
I'd like
you,
to bonus action Misty Step myself out of that.
you did, or you said.
I will. Yeah. It's not a
Yeah, you
bonus
guys. Well, here's the thing: at the beginning of your turn, if you did anything even inside of there, that's why Rakira didn't get a chance to, because it's supposed to trigger at the beginning of your turn. So if you want the actual rules, like it's, what is it?
But like, even though I rolled an attack, it never happened.
No, you got. I gave you your first attack. I shouldn't have. Like I gave you your. Oh, you did all that damage on your first
Okay.
attack. I just didn't give you that second one
Yeah,
because you were
okay.
supposed to make it at the beginning of your turn. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Gohan, you
So
should've
any
used
creature
your
that
inspiration
starts
against
its
the
turn,
save.
any creature that starts its turn in
I
the
didn't know- I
space
don't know.
must make a con saving throw. So you guys should have made that throw as well.
Can I use it against a legendary, Jameson?
Yeah, you can use it against any sort of defense or offense.
Oh.
Let's see. I got a 13.
Oh,
So-
too late now.
Doth, you would have taken that damage as well.
Okay, but I can use a reaction to do an arcane deflection to increase my saving throw by 4, so 17.
That will do it.
There you go.
So then you would take the half, which would have been, what is that? That's a 24. And then,
Minus.
and then you would move out. So then arcane, and then you would just move out of it, which makes sense
Weighs
to me.
3, so 21 total, I think.
Yeah.
That takes
And
me out
then-
anyway.
Osiris, are you down?
I would take it, but I'll use my reaction to do Hellish Rebuke and hold it. Whoa. Hellish Rebuke.
You got to be up for that.
Yeah.
That's what screwed me in the last fight. Took me out in one hit, couldn't do anything. But anyways.
Yeah, I actually don't have any fire freaking spells. Except for Green Flame Blade, which I need to hit something. So yeah, I'm down.
It doesn't matter. I wasn't able to cast it anyway. I died before that.
Oh, the web?
Oh yeah, I wasn't able to cast it.
Okay, all right, yeah. So I'm down to
the
0.
web. Jeez.
Yeah.
You're down too?
Well, because I always
Oh,
stayed in
shit.
the
Oh,
it started at the beginning of the turn, and so I couldn't bonus action out.
got
I
it.
couldn't do those 3 attacks
So-
because it's the beginning of the turn.
So Alcides is up, right?
It's the creature's turn.
Yep.
I am going to roll a dice here.
But Calyx is up.
Calyx is
I'm
up,
up. At full
and
hit points.
Alcides is up. Calyx, can you roll a D100?
Yeah.
This is
I have never. I can proudly say I've never had to roll a D100. in
this
my
is
life.
like a Hail Mary here.
15.
Oh shit. Okay.
Is there a D100?
Yeah, there's a D1 in the D. Okay, you roll a 15.
Can I roll a D100?
Just Calyx. This is this is one of those like, is your god around random rolls? Like it's not even religion. It's just
I
kind of
just
like
got in the boat.
yeah.
I am- He's got to be here, or at least something.
So being as they're both down, the creature turns all of its attention to Alcides, making
Fucking bring it.
2 strikes against with the claw. She's just like clawing at him. First strike is a 12, which the no doesn't hit you.
Yep, plus it
Second
has
strike.
disadvantage.
Okay. Yep. Second strike is first strike is a 26 on that second one. It's gonna roll again. 12. Jeez, it does not hit. Whew. Okay, you survived another round. Her legendary actions are restored. Alcides, you are up. And Rakira will be making his could be his only death save this round.
So I got a question real
If he-
fast. So restored, so she gets to do all those legendary actions all over again?
All over again.
Could you roll the
Yep. And then there's
Well,
mythic
I'll-
actions. Don't even talk about Theros gets real broken once the monsters start getting mythic actions.
also
Well,
the
that's
turn
kind of what
is
happened here.
broken too.
So just so you guys kind of behind the scenes, she was a regular demon. Then when you hit her to a certain amount of hit points, she went into her second phase, which gave her legendary actions. So that's when she became like just a kind of a beast. But
nat 20? I'm a fucking second level smite that shit.
all right, that's good.
Actually,
Just
shit. No, you
say
gotta,
right here, but that's good enough too.
This could be it if this, yeah.
don't have to make
Oh,
the cons. I have
yeah,
to make the
still
con
won't-
save at the start of my turn though.
Oh yeah, this is true. So you
So-
kill the creature, but you can't save Rakira, which means Rakira's still got to make the death save because no one will be able to get to Rakira. So Rakira, you'll need an unnet modified 10 or more to survive this game.
But if his first strike wins, he can do a second action, right?
No, I can do a second attack.
he can make a second attack, he can't use.
Oh,
He can't
second-
then like turn and like pour like potion down Rakira's throat. He won't. He's committing to the attack here.
so the two things that you get when you hit that
They're not two actions. They're just two attacks for an attack action. It counts as an attack action only.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first off, that'll be 11 non-magical piercing.
Great.
Okay. 11. He'll take that first one. So, so that as you skewer her, she screams out, writhes in pain.
Still haven't taken any of the smite damage yet.
I know. I rolled 25 for the first set, and then 14 plus 6, and then 21. So that'll be 46 radiant.
36. You still gotta give me the con save too.
That's fine. I got a large plus for that, but I'm also pretty low on hit points. That'll be a 16 plus 6, so 22.
Okay. Now give me your con save first before I decide what happens here. I will give it an
No,
advantage.
that was a 22 for my con save.
Oh, okay. Then you're all good. How many hit points do you have left that you would? Oh, I gotta roll new damage.
You gotta do damage.
Yeah. So let's see. Hopefully he rolls low this round. Lower this time. The piercing damage is only 16, and the psychic damage,
Which is half, right?
it's all going to be halved. It's so crazy. It keeps rolling her damages in doubles. So it's 16 and 6. It's like literally D&D Beyond is doing 16, 16. So was that 32? So you just take 16 damage.
I'm at 7. I'm good, baby.
Okay, you're good. And then, so how do you
Yes,
do it?
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the oh shit moment. Just spear upwards.
And it goes right through her jaw, up the back of her neck. And the
Spear
head
of light
kind
coming down from Iroas and Heliod.
of nice. And she just kind of starts to crackle as this energy rolls through her, and boom, she bursts. The crows just kind of burst into like black dust, and that blast, and it's gone. And just her head is still on your skewer, starting like slowly melting into like black ooze. Only thing raining down left over was like her the gold that she was wearing, the rings clattering as you hear Rakira gasping for air there on the ground.
Can the sunlight be dawning down in this fog?
It is right there through the fog. Rakira, this is it. If you have an inspiration, you are an iconoclast, so I know you have an inspiration. I will allow you to use it.
Yes, 5.
Yes, so you can use one on this. But you
Should
just
be able to transfer my.
But then you don't add
Experience
you don't
curse.
add anything to this. You're gonna get 2 dice, take the highest result. You need a 10 or more. So should happen with 2, but
You should use an inspiration on the saving throw against the spell.
Well, I think
the
he
first-
succeeded.
well,
No,
you're
he failed.
muted. You're muted.
He failed. That's why he took like 40 something damage.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, I thought I couldn't because it was a legendary action. So
No, that was
Oh,
just
no.
starting your turn in the spell.
yeah, I should have. Well, the first roll is 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are
Hmm?
good. If you roll a nat 20 on the second one, then you go 1 point and you get up on your feet. So
Okay.
you never know. You might as well roll this.
9.
All right. So he's stabilized. I mean, or you survive another round enough for someone not stable. You're not stabilized. You would have been stabilized. You would have been up with a 20, but you're alive.
I'm gonna
So
go
now,
around and
with there being no fight and the thing gone, whoever can help him can help him.
yeah, I'm gonna go around and lay on hands.
Can I transfer my Hexblade's Curse HP that I get from when it dies to Rakira or somebody? It's supposed to be just me, but
Yeah, that's
What would you be doing it for?
so Hexblade's Curse, once it dies, I regain 10 HP.
Mm-hmm.
Could I like move that to somebody else?
Sure. You don't want.
Yeah,
you don't.
I'm just-
Oh, you want to get. You want to. You're trying to give them the XP. I mean, you're gonna give them the HP.
HP that I would get. From
I don't
that.
think if you can't do it, I don't think you can do that right now.
Yeah, no. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it was just more a
So-
flavor thing to give Doth, just to be
Yeah.
like, how,
3 people down. I would say divide up 28 hit points amongst yourselves. And then just 2 for myself, because need a little something just in case.
Then 26. Why don't you two both take 10? I take 6, and then I'll do my
Second win.
my second win to, honestly, just take it all between you two, and I'll just do my second win because I get.
Well, you need at least 1 to be up.
yeah.
Okay, just give me 1.
I can also heal. So once I'm up, I can heal.
Oh, all right.
Then I'm going to use my divine sense to see if there's anything within 60 feet that may be of danger.
No danger around you.
Mind if we
Any
set the
last,
campfire
as we
light?
start to close things out, any like what you guys plan to do next, or anything you want to share before we?
Sleepy time.
Time to rest on that new boat. As you're.
Oh, we got my boat. Can I start swimming?
Yeah,
on
when
the
a
boat?
siren gets up, he will cast basically cure. I mean, he'll change to the what form is it? The chalice, right? And then when he does a chalice, I'm able to do an extra healing to another person that's around me.
Nice.
So I believe it's an additional 1d8 plus 2. So yeah, when I get up, I will cast. Who else is down?
No one else is down.
Everyone's up there.
Everyone's up
everyone's
now,
up.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, before we I'll just do cure light wounds on, or just cure wounds on Doth for 4, and to give an additional D8 to Rakira,
Thank you.
which is it'll be an additional 9 to you.
Thank you, sir.
And so, as everyone is back up, we kind of cut to. I know you would have swam out to the ship, unless anything else you would have done on land. I imagine we can move the scene to the ship.
And Calix is just immediately just being like, my boat, my boat, my boat, my boat.
To him,
Yeah.
Cartoon
walking
characters.
around this boat, touching the fine wood, even though it's aged and old. Calix sees it as his boat. How does Doth? Because Calix has had a rough patch with this group. How are you guys eyeing him? What do you guys think about as you see him walking around the ship with these ghostly, alien, and they don't look like they don't like, it's like Pirates of the Caribbean where they look like all undead skeletons. They just look like men, but they're ghostly. They're see-through. They're translucent, kind of like blues and greens under the moonlight as the ship slowly rocks there in the water. Is there anything that, or are they just kind of quiet and tired from this fight and just have nothing right now, just need to rest? That's fine too.
Honestly, right now, that the fact that I could see Rakira's just like sitting up against the rail, just dead tired, and I'm just looking at him going, my boat, my boat, my boat. and I'm just looking and I have the biggest smile because Rakira is really proud of Calix right now, that he actually got something that he's been looking for. He did something that makes him happy, and like he came back from the dead. I think this is huge for him. This is like even bigger than anything that
also,
could
you still
happen
have your
to me.
flying speed, by the way. That's
Still
you still have your flying speed unless 10 minutes has passed.
Oh, well, we'll just say
But-
that. But yeah, thanks. but anyway, yeah. So I'm laughing and I'm just really happy. I would be dancing with you, but I'm pretty tired, dude.
Yeah.
Alcides is also very tired. He's not his usual gung-ho self.
Wow.
This is like the 4th close call he's had
Yeah.
in a very short period of time. He's like, I've almost died several times.
Well, Rakira's gonna call. Alcides, you killed a demon.
And you said there were like some rings or something that fell down?
Yeah, the gold that you'd have gathered. They're like rings that she was wearing, this demon was wearing.
How many did she
Is
One
have?
of
there
those creatures,
anything
like later on, you might understand, but these creatures are the demons of Theros, but they're leathery, like.
Yeah, I was gonna see if there was anything that like identified, like who. Because so Siren said he saw it come off of a tree.
Came off of the tree, that blood tree back there.
Isn't that Phalex's tree too, right?
With a little bit more, maybe just with your insight, you looking at the creature, I think, can have an advantage history checked off.
Good thing it was an advantage, otherwise it really would have sucked. In this case, it's only 2.
It's only a 2 with advantage. Oh my god!
Shoot that one.
But it was going to be a 1.
Oh my gosh! So I will say what I shared so far is I was gonna give you like a little more lore dump that could be used later, but the gold is real. I'll tell you this: the gold seems to be real. It probably something you can take and sell. It's probably worth 300-400 gold.
How many
It's
rings
fine.
were there?
There were like one on each of her. She's pretty much had 5 total between both hands, and then she had like this like tiara, like almost like thing that was. It looked like it was part of her horns, but that fell off too. And then like these gold ringlets, all of it together is worth like 400 gold. Like, the Overlord demon is you've heard lore of the Archons, the creatures, these celestial creatures that were like some people say were even might have been here before the gods. When they were here, there were also the demons, and this is one of those creatures.
And then does the ship have a name?
It has a name if you give it one. And that could be, today or another day. You guys can think about what that is, but it doesn't have a name.
We're gonna need a little bit more time on that
And
one.
actually, as you ask if it has a name, Baron, the guy who just asked could he come with you, the blonde-haired guy, he
I'm just looking at him like, hey, what the fuck, dude?
you notice
What are
that
you
on
doing?
on your swim over, by the time the fight was over, he was already on the ship. He was like, you guys made it. As you guys are kind of like relaxing, he's sitting there and he looks up, his gloved hands. He goes, you all really, he's got his his mask on, his returned mask. He goes, you guys really, you're the real deal. And then when he pulls that mask off, he's, the white blonde haired, like he's got the blue eyes. You guys, you all are, I'm really excited to see what we do here, where we take this. It's an adventure.
Do we have to meet back up with the fisherman to kind of tell him like, oh yeah, we got a boat now? So that he's not just waiting, or did he already turn around and leave?
Oh, the fisherman would have
dropped.
dropped you off and left, but you can go
Okay.
to where he is, yeah. And then Baron pulls off his face. It like slips off like a rubbery mask and casts it to the ground. And under it, the mask of the figure you see behind me, as Calix drops to his knees. Well, we're going on an adventure to stop Erebos. I'm so excited, aren't you?
Finally, I have so many things to ask you. I have so many things to tell you. And he's just
Calm down. let's just take in the night air, can't we? There's plenty of
Yes,
time
yes, of
to
course,
talk.
of course.
I love it. In Iconoclast, the strong Minotaur, and even an Acroyan soldier that Heliod would be proud of. And look at you, clockwork and all. Haha, our odyssey begin. And then Phoenix just kind of stands and throws his hands up to the sky, looking off to the moon, and will fade to black and end there tonight. Good game.
Ooh, I thought I was dead.
I thought you were done, bro. I thought you were
Damn.
done. I was
I
like,
got
he's going
worried
to
for
the
a second
underworld
there,
tonight.
you
Like,
know?
this guy is making his journey.
Even if I didn't crit, I still had a second attack I could have done.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, I thought that, if I didn't have the inspiration, if I rolled low, I'll be like, well, I guess I'll bring out a monk in this game.
I'll be honest with you.
now.
That's also that monster did not think it was going to be difficult at all. But like, it's just one. Sometimes that happens in the game. You're like, this one won't be. Okay, this will be a pushover that they'll mop through really quick with all their like. With that, but I never thought the Biden of Thassa would miss 3 times in a row.
Right.
Did you add
What's
plus 3 every one of those strikes in addition to your plus? So whatever, it's plus 3 to whatever you're.
So it was 12 plus, or no.
Yeah,
I think it was plus
my
12.
add on it is +6.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
So damn. But that was good, guys. You guys made it through. I was like, Rakira's gonna. This is gonna be.
I was so nervous. I was like, no.
And I was still painting your miniature. That's why it's not on the board. I was like, dang, this guy might not. But the thing in Theros, you are going to the underworld too, so there could have been a chance to go try to find him.
I mean, Calix would have totally brought him back.
But
Yeah. Honestly,
he might have to come back.
I'm like, you know what? Either
I know-
way, whatever.
I know you were just waiting for him to die so you get your shadow monk in there.
No. I'd rather have the a D&D shadow monk because
Okay.
I want a kobold.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, a
That'd
kobold
be
or a
fun.
fairy. Those are the two I'm thinking between. I want
Malcolm,
the small person.
Yes.
is a Hecatocheres? It's like a Hecatonocheren. It's a Greek monster. Is that in Theros?
Bro, that almost killed my last party. The thing that looks like an ox.
No, it's
No.
got 100 hands and like 50 heads, and it holds a weapon in each hand.
No, I don't think
It's
so.
what
but I
Zeus
love it.
used
I'd
to
like
help fight the
It's
Titans.
in Theros, but it's not in Magic Gather, or not in D&D Theros.
Oh, we got to bring it in. We got to bring that in.
Yeah. Well, like, the way that would probably work is like, because the way that it works in D&D or in Magic Gathering, like, if you make it monstrous, which is kind of like it's kind of like the mythic.
Yes.
Once it gets
creature was
that,
mythic
then it
that I
can
just
block
did.
100 other or 99 other creatures.
That's crazy. Yeah.
So,
I mean,
but
I have Guardian of the Gate list that can block any number of creatures just innately.
Yeah, so I made that creature mythic because it was not just a regular aberrant overlord demon. It was an overlord demon that came out of the blood tree.
Just out of curiosity, was that the demon that came out of the box?
It is not. It's actually not. You guys have not heard about it. That actually would, I'm being honest. If I wanted to try to be smart and sound cool, I could have been like, yes, it was, but no, it was not. It was.
I wasn't sure. I thought Kalox spud had come out of the box initially.
It's Calix's Eidolon was trapped in the box.
Oh yeah. I still don't know what's going on with, like, that's the best part about that. I've got it both where it's like I could have an Eidolon, or I could have been dragged back through the rare Tartarus so many times that I just don't have one at this point. But it's like there's so many different things where it's like,
Wait,
Little
is
do
it-
you know, you are the Eidolon.
was it
There's no
Phoenix's
Phoenix.
Eidolon in the box? Because if he is a return, he would also have an Eidolon somewhere.
oh wait, you guys
So,
don't know.
and we
Well,
saw that it was
the
super
whole thing,
evil,
the
and
whole
Phoenix in life was super evil, allegedly, trying to bring about the Titans returning, or like pretty much
Yeah.
kill all the gods. So that could have been Phoenix's
bringing out the
Eidolon in that
Titans,
box.
not necessarily killing all the gods.
Party? Was your party for this?
So have you shared any of the stuff that you know, Calix, with the part? Or are you?
I thought I did, but apparently I didn't.
I thought you did too, but yeah, because I
We
thought
all
you
also-
I feel like
forgot about
at
the
this point, like, I would have definitely
you're
shared.
definitely shared. Because when you guys
Um,
first came out of the Tomb of, it's just been a lot. There's so many episodes. When you guys came out of the Tomb of Oreskos with the Eidolon of that one return, you guys had the mask, and then from the inscription, the Eidolon helped you understand that the inscriptions literally talked about just that, what you just said, Alcides, is that
Yeah.
supposedly one part of it is that Phoenix doesn't know that he's supposed to bring about when he was alive, he was supposed to bring about the return of the Titans. And because in his human form, the humans murdered him to keep him from doing that. He went into the underworld, and then the lore is different. Some say he snuck out. He snuck under THEROS, under Erebos's nose, and made the path of Phoenix. Or some even say that Erebos was smart enough to let him out, because if he would have stayed in the underworld, he would have been close to Clothis and therefore released them, right? So he would release them either way. And so now, as a return, these return ascended to godhood. The godhood still doesn't have an Eidolon, so he doesn't remember everything, which is why he's tasked people like Calix and those to go into the underworld to get those secrets back that are lost. And so through all the different games, not just yours, he's been learning little bit by little, which is his first time, which, by the way, he only showed himself today because in some of my other games, Phoenix he got enough of the pieces of the puzzle to kind of be like, okay, I'm excited. So yeah. So he hadn't been talking to Calix for a while. He hadn't been like, so that's kind of like some of the things that are happening there. But there's still other stuff happening with other gods, and Heliod and Thassa seems to be calmed in course right now. Heliod and Perforos just had a fight that is going kind of bad. That's the
Heliod's gonna smite our fucking boat because Phoenix is on it.
Hopefully he's too worried about Erebos right now, but because remember right now he's really focused on Erebos. So and Perforos has been kind of keeping him busy in their war. So we'll see. All right, so you guys are on your way to the island now.
Can I get a little refresher on that poison I drank?
Yeah, the lady gave you the poison. You remember you picked it up and you made the choices and you drank the poison. Yeah. And when basically what happens is I'm gonna do it differently, because otherwise you would have probably been dead by now. But every day you're supposed to roll a d4 and like lose a little bit of hit points from your total until you're dead. What I was supposed to make you do is at the beginning of this game is what you can do right now is can you give me a con save really quick, Rakira?
So if he dies, does the poison status get negated? Like if we kill him and bring him back to life?
I won't not tell you because I don't know what kind of poison this is.
Got a 9.
Yeah. You guys are smart. I know you guys are playing your way around anything. So I have to.
He would have to. Yeah. No, as soon as he dies, his soul goes to Farika.
So 9.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're one step closer. You're starting to feel worse, but you're glad to still be alive. And he doesn't know what's going to happen he's feeling like it's not good.
Could Doth identify the potion that I stole?
The poison he drank is supposed to kill you, I'll tell you that. And what I decided is that it would make more narrative sense to slowly kill him. And it is not an easy, I'll tell you this right now, it is not an easy potion to like counteract. So you guys, but at the same time, I don't want to be like, oh, greater restoration won't work. You guys are going to have to figure out what will work, right? Like you guys have to figure out through trial and error.
We're after that ghost flower, right? So,
yeah, and so maybe the orchid, that's the same thing that you're going to give to the people. I would expect if anything that came from Elysia, right, has beneficial properties, could easily be the thing that keeps him alive.
Plus, they said it was kind of like a magical cure-all as well. Yeah. So that's the only thing they can think of that would work on this unknown disease.
Yeah. Something that does not grow in the natural world. Elysia, it's Elysium, so it's literally the heaven of so this is literally something that grows in the celestial realm that they're trying to go get. That they want you to go get. So that's where, if you don't recall, Pyaxathor says you need to beat the knight that guards the gates that allows you to go into this underworld, into Elysia. But Elysia is it's kind of like the separate card. It's not as dark. There you can from the heroes gather this, from those beautiful fields, gather that flower, take its sap, bottle it, bring it back into but you then the thing is, the way you go into Elysia, you have to, the only way out is through, which we'll explain more next game, is through the portal that's still in the underworld, that's in the lower levels of Erebos's palace. So
you said we had to beat a guard. Can you tell us more about the guard we need to beat, and whether he can do evil things like summon murderous crows and that sort of thing?
The guard.
Yep. The Phoenix will share more about the guard. I think he knows who the guard is next game. I'll share more dramatically, but I can tell you the guard is character's named Thanos, and he was a champion of Heliot at one time, and now he is a champion of Erebos.
Oh no.
He is strong. He does have a retinue of his hoplites, and he's not undead. He's a living knight who guards this entryway with his group. Yeah, he just follows Erebos, and Phoenix will explain why he does that. But there's a reason why he's kind of switched sides and all that stuff. But yeah, we'll kind of explore that.
Because Erebos is holding his love hostage. That'd be my guess.
Maybe.
Are you gonna do piety?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I was going to ask on the term of Phoenix piety.
So this is definitely going to be the Phoenix piety episode. So unless you don't want to take Phoenix, you will have to decide not to. I will give Calyx. How many are you at right now, Calyx?
I'm at 13. The next one's 25, but that literally does zero anything
We give
for me
you
unless I know
5 piety for this episode.
Okay.
And then everyone else can have, if you choose. And I'm not gonna. There's really no other than the other gods. I imagine just were not really providing their aid here in this episode. So you can take up to 3 Phoenix piety if you choose. I could have gone to Thassa, but Thassa's you haven't attuned quite well to her biting yet, Siren. And actually no, and I'll take. You know what I'll do? I'll take Phoenix back because of the smite was for Alcides. Alcides, you can make that 3 Heliod, kind of like naturally absorbing Heliod's energies. And yeah, we'll leave it there. So yeah.
So I got a question. For the piety, you're gaining these pieties and all these gods. You're allowed to use all those. So as you go up to those levels, you get those abilities.
Technically, I'm not. I should only be 1 god at a time. I allow you to use them, but for example, I also allow you to lose them. So for example, if your gods are at odds, so Alcides cannot take Phoenix piety, or he's gonna probably end up losing Heliod piety the minute Phoenix finds out, right? So you could take Thassa and Perforos piety, no problem, as long as they're not at odds with each other, right? So those are the things that's the way I treat it. So because I've already just acknowledged that Theros is a broken world, and I'm just enjoying just swimming in the brokenness of just let the players. It's a champion. It's a high fantasy, do all that kind of base game. So we're just kind of going for it. We'll see where it goes. So that's also why not all the monsters will be that difficult. That was a tough one.
Hey, I didn't get touched.
No, you didn't. You stayed out. Yeah, that the crow move was pretty nasty because I realized because her modifier on keeping that spell in place, and it's a full minute, pretty good. And it's not even really a spell as much as one of the attributes of the creature, so it just works like a spell. But it's and then just rolling, and it has a recharge. So once it drops, you can try to. So the thing is, if she would have dropped it, if you guys could have hit me and made me lose concentration, it would have been gone, and then it would have just been a slugfest, and you would have just knocked her out. But because that thing stayed in, and everyone was doing melee damage, it was nasty. 3d10 slashing, 3d10 psychic. So pretty bad, pretty nasty ability. And I did put it in this episode for the reason of. So the way this monster, you were technically not supposed to fight it. It's supposed to only, because if you look at the map, the mire is on the south end of Asphodel. So if you guys would have let this fisherman take you up and you would have walked in going east, you would have never gone past the mire. But then you guys came in, you convinced to go in through the south. So I let you see the tree, you noticed the tree, you noticed the creature, and then the creature flew away. So earlier in the episode was a creature, when you guys was like, oh my God, it's going to my ship. I was like, I think it's just going to the shore area to hunt, So it's just out there. And so it only made narrative sense that when the boat came out, that would bring its attention. And the demons, they're not like regular beasts. They literally live to cause pain and chaos and all of that, So yeah.
What's it called? That the tree though, I was like, if anyone walks by that tree and notices anything about it, I feel like they're just gonna kill me on the spot.
Yeah. I will say there's more story behind the why there are people and there were like ghosts. So basically, without going into Phoenix, pretty much long ago sank the ship for these people doing some shit that he didn't like, and bottled all of their Idiolons and like kept them for his like to do his bidding, and then knew about the boatman, right? And so and because their ship's been in the bottom of the ocean, he's connected. He for some reason he has an affinity to the guy that we'll talk about, the boatman. And the boat guys, his boats, when he gives them to people, let's say he gave it to a return or a human passerby, or they might take that boat. It might end up somewhere like on a pile heap under a Hydra's head. But it was that boat that was connected to the boat that was at the bottom of the ocean. So Phoenix was like, you gotta get that boat first, right? To make it work. And he gave you his bottle with his ghost, so to resurrect him.
Yeah, like for when it comes to piety, for Iroas, being a coward in battle loses you piety.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I can't back down pretty much from anything, otherwise I lose piety. But achieving a great victory gives piety.
Cities is rocking the end of battles a lot.
I've just been playing along the thing of like, if I listen to Phoenix, I get piety. Because if not, I just have to be a jerk. And it's like even more than Calix is already. And I'm just like, there's God draw.
I think he's been less jerkish in the past couple episodes. Calix is definitely
I've been
less.
definitely trying to. If you can't tell.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like obstructing the champions of other gods.
Yeah.
Is like the main one, and then destroying other temples and things like that. I'm just like, that's what gains me piety. Okay.
And I had to reward Osiris was able to get that Biden fix him between you and Atreus, and then I had to reward Calix today because you somehow convinced the party to come get this goddamn ship, because I never thought they were going to come here. so I was like, okay, this warrants a Phoenix visit. You get to
thank you. Yeah, I was like,
because I literally considered at some point Phoenix coming to your dreams and be like, give it up, bro, you're not the one. Like he was just gonna be like, they're not coming. I'm moving on. I'm gonna find a new champion. He was like that close to just like devastating Calix. Like,
no, Calix would straight up retire. He would just be like, no, there's no purpose anymore. Like,
you would have joined Asphodel as one of its citizens.
I found some other champions. They kind of got this thing going for me. I think we're good. Kind of
like yeah, no, I would have just literally. Calix would have left the campaign and just would have brought in a different character.
I bet you Phoenix is like, yeah, this was the plan all along, man.
Totally. This crazy like abandonment issues returned. Just like it was the plan the whole time.
Yeah. I look at Phoenix like I always see like the silver lining. Like I know like people say, well, there's the bad gods and then there's the good gods, and I see Phoenix as like indifferent. Like, I think everyone to some degree, as much as even Alcides would like to think that he's honorable, I'm sure that he's had these moments where whether he's a total white lie or he's done something off. If there's even any inspect that there, then like Phoenix is there. He's like, that's what keeps him alive. So I think he's kind of the worst of humanity from a standpoint of just like, shit, we all do this kind of shit sometimes, right? Like it's like he's that guy. He's like gambler, liar, deceptive, manipulative. But then there's like, Erebos is, I think like they all have the attributes. I think Heliod, I have one party that hates, Heliod is their villain. No matter what you tell them, they want Heliod dead. Like they want to fight Heliod. And I make Heliod a complete asshole when he meets them. But if he was to meet Alcides would be like, man, that's my boy. Like him and Iroas, like, it would be a completely different thing. But yeah, he's a complete dick to that party. He's tried to get them to stop following Perforos. He's tried to get them to rebrand themselves and to go under his title as Heliod's whatever, and they won't do it. So he's like, all right, you guys are gonna end up dead. They're pushing their luck though with him. They're gonna get in trouble. People are gonna die fighting Heliod at some point. And it's on recording. I'm saying it. You guys are pushing your luck with Heliod. if you're watching.
Could like
But-
Calix just teleport in for that battle just to fight Heliod? Because he's like he respects Alcides mainly because he knows Alcides could just like kill him immediately.
yeah.
And he's more scared of the Iroa side of him, but not the Heliod. So he's like
Yeah.
he doesn't necessarily like Heliod.
Yeah, it's hard to get to all of them. There's so many. I haven't even gotten to Mogus. Like I haven't even got like to, but
Yeah, I had a character idea. It was like 2 levels of Paladin and then the rest Cleric, and go worship Karametra, but like be a Minotaur. So like have Mogus take over.
yeah,
And so it would just be like these blind fits of rage where just smite after smite after smite.
yeah.
But so that was one of my other character designs.
Like
Right when Calix almost died the first time. Need backup.
So far, all I know about Doth, I know wants to do good. He's curious. He wants to continue to kind of like engineer and like bring new things into the world, and then he wants to create a Titan at some point, if that ever become possible, or not a Titan, or a Titan fighter.
Yeah,
Look
but
at it
the
like
Colossus
this.
of Akros is fucking absurd in Magic the Gathering. It is literally stronger
Yeah.
than all the Theros gods. 'Cause,
Really?
Yeah,
Wait, as
like,
a card or as a in lore?
like
As
as
a
a card.
Oh, as a card. Yeah, because in lore,
'Cause-
like the thing would just be destroyed. Like there's no
Yeah.
way.
Because Theros, I think the strongest one is Iroas, and he's a 7/4. And the
Actually,
Colossus of
Phoenix is a
Akros is a
4/7.
10/10 with Monstrosity 10. So you pay 10 mana and then it gets +10/+10, so that's a 20/20.
But is
And
he
also-
indestructible?
The Colossus of Akros has Indestructible and Defender. But when it
Hmm.
becomes monstrous, it loses Defender and gains Trample. So that's a 20/20 Indestructible Trample.
Damn.
I got a lot of work to do. Right now, I can basically cast Enlarge on you. That's about it.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of that kind of stuff could be learned or found in the underworld, for sure. Or Perforos Forge, or yeah, or other places like this.
This is a really good start to the new year. I really
Oh
appreciate
yeah.
it.
I mean,
Bye, guys. I know it was a slow burn tonight, but I was enjoying the role play. Hopefully, you were enjoying the role play. It was a
Oh yeah, no.
But you
I
guys
did,
had-
but like I was like, I know Malcolm put this in for me. I know he put it in for me, but I can't think of anything.
I actually thought so. I was like, they'll definitely all try to find some way. Because in the beginning, it was like, I almost thought you guys were gonna go back to Melitus for a second. I was like, they'll probably disguise themselves as Return, and then there won't be any. They'll just walk the streets. And then I was like, well, there will only be a slim chance of you getting caught unless you get to a certain point in the city. But by the time you guys start walking the city, you were literally just like having a conversation. They're just like strolling around. I was like, okay, well, they're definitely gonna pick them up.
I can't really see any reason why we would hide.
No, I can't either. So sometimes you might be just more, terrified. And I also expected Calix to take that lead a lot further in terms of like, because in past episodes you've been like kind of do like I say, do this. Okay, I'm gonna do this. You guys all fall in line. And then maybe it's because Calix is slowly changing. He was less like, this is how we're gonna do it, to like, okay, let's just go in here. And so I think that made the other Return be like, okay, we're no longer defaulting to you. So when everybody start talking, I was like, okay. And I was allowing you guys to do some persuasion checks, and those numbers weren't hitting where they needed to be. And then I also wasn't getting the persuasion that I needed from what they wanted to hear or were looking for. So I think they were just like, these guys either die or we put them in jail and try to figure out what they're about. But by then, Phoenix had already joined the party and was just like there as the so.
I don't know. I think we might have had a better chance against the mages.
The mages would have been nasty, because it would have been like, 12 mages, probably using 12 actual mage stat would have been. I could add a lot of.
Right when you said blonde, I'm just like, wait, hold on. This might be Phoenix. So that's why that was the first thing I asked. I was like, who do you worship?
Yep, and he was like Phoenix, and then it was like so.
Also,
I was trying not to
also,
reveal it too early.
Yeah, Alcides hates Phoenix even more now because he's a literal god. He was there for that battle and was just like, nah, gift.
Right?
He's like, damn,
Just
you're
like
fucking
watching
coward.
him, like he literally went onto the ship. He just like bamfed onto the ship, like, oh, they're out there fighting. Like, yeah.
Hey, you know, actually, I think I give him props for that. I mean, like, sink or fall, make our
Yeah.
own choices and deal with
Yeah,
the consequences.
I don't think he was there to like. He was gonna let him. He was gonna let Kira die. He was just like, whoa, that's crazy. Like, you know,
He was just like, all right, I'm just gonna give my guy power.
Yeah.
Like, he's gonna be smart.
I
Let him
think
do
he's
it.
also kind of seeing, you know, I think the gods do the same thing. Like, why do gods do any of this stuff? It doesn't make any sense. They could do it themselves, but they impart all this, you know, they make it
Come
heroes.
on, man.
do all
You got to
the
be
work.
bored out of your mind. Figure you're
Yeah.
a god, right? Somebody's like getting born every couple of seconds or something like that.
Especially Phoenix, because he's
There's
lived
like
a
billions
full
of people in the
lifetime,
world
and
who
then now
can
he's
like
living
plan out their
another-
entire life.
Very
you know?
short lives. Yeah, it's like, let's see what they see. Okay, I just gave them this big gift. That's like I did what I was supposed to do. Let's see what they do. You know,
I gave this guy a nice sword, and he's done pretty good. So let's see what happens.
I'm excited to see how the rest of the party talks to Phoenix though, because I know you're gonna grovel, but I don't know how like I don't know how Dog is gonna act. How Phoenix is gonna
I
act
just
around.
assume the rest of the party's gonna be like,
So
oh.
it should be interesting. Yeah, you would probably my home group. We don't play in person very often, and one of the guys is out of state. So because he's out of state, actually two of my buddies are out of state, but one of them flew in. So we're like, we got to get together and play. But I felt bad leaving one of the other guys out. So what happened was, if you go back and watch their episode, they went to the Tomb of Oreskos after you guys did. So they got there late, and you guys had already ransacked the place. So they show up in the room with the statue of Phoenix. And remember there was a crevice in the wall on the other side that you guys are like, nah, fuck that, we're not going down there. That leads to the underworld as well. And when you guys went through there, the Philiskia, which is like giant guardian of the underworld, wasn't there. When they get there,
well, no, it was.
Oh, it was the.
I was taking a watch, and I was like hiding.
Oh, and you saw it standing like in the corner, right? Like, did you see it? It was up, and you were like, no, we're not going down there. So when they get there, another earthquake has happened. So there are several of the ways to the other parts of the dungeon have now collapsed. So they have this mask, and they don't have the Eidolon. So they have another mask, a different return. But they don't know what to do with it. So one of the guys just gives it to the statue, to Phoenix, because his hands are outstretched. Yeah. Phoenix like comes alive and takes it, and it's like, oh, thank you. And so starts talking to him, and the Philiskia is dead. So what I basically is connecting is Phoenix has his return that he's been sending on his path, and he was sending them in different outlets, so that he had some coming through that way. And they've killed the Philiskia for him, and he's like, well, I need your help, because he's trying to unlock like some weird parts of his memory, but he doesn't like the one of the party members follows Erebos, so he puts him to sleep, because he's like, and he puts the rest of them and he transports them into his mind. So our in-person game all took place in a memory of Phoenix, but because it's in a memory, it actually exists. So I imagine every god's memories are like mini worlds within Theros, so you could somehow find yourself there. So they end up meeting like people who live in Phoenix's brain. They don't know they live there. They just live on a different alternate, like a demi-plane that is just in his head. But they weren't created by him. They just somehow found themselves there, or maybe they were. They don't know. So that was a really cool episode where they like played inside of Phoenix's head, and then they unlocked some of his memories. So as they were unlocking, this is why he's so happy today, because he was getting some of them unlocked. But Krufix was pushing against Phoenix and covering them up. So as they were unlocking him, Krufix shows up and is like, do not share this shit with Phoenix. I am trying to keep this away from him for a reason, because of the Titans. So when they come back into the real world and wake up, Krufix shows up and is like, now remind me what you learned. And they just let him know everything. They don't even do an insight check. And I'm Phoenix as Krufix. What did you learn? And they share everything. And I'm like, thank you. And then I put on the Phoenix mask. That's awesome. You guys are good. I gotta go. I got some heroes I gotta catch up to.
Yep, that's
Krufix is like, you fucking idiots. I told you.
Well, okay, what was the first thing I did? What was the first thing I did this campaign? Impersonate a god. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
It was fun. Because I was doing, because when I do Krufix, I do this no face, like this faceless, like it's a faceless meme. And then when I do Phoenix, you saw the one that I do. So when I switched it over, they were like, like it was such a look of deflated, like, oh, because I wanted somebody to go insight check because I'm literally saying, I just shared you this information, and then you come out of the dream, and I'm like, all right, so what did we learn? And I'm the one that just shared it to you, so why would I be asking you to go over it again?
Yeah.
And they walk
Test
right
for
into
understanding.
it. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. But since people insight check so much, I thought they might at least try to see if this is something else, or especially because Phoenix shared all this shit with him. He's like, Phoenix is going to try to, he's a trickster, deception, all this other stuff. They were like off their game that day. They're always like that. That's my, like, for example, on this next mission, now they're going, they end up, they're trying to play between Phoenix and Krufix. So they go into the underworld looking for something that he wants. And then Phoenix is like, well, I'm going to send you some return that are my, and they're like, how are we going to know? I was like, when they see you, they will show you, they will tip their mask to show you their sign. As soon as they get into the underworld, they're walking down this, like the side of the river, and these return climb out of the water and they run. Like, they just run away. They're like, oh my God, we don't want to fight these things. So I'm like, and then like, as they get down the beach, one of them is like tips the mask and then gets dragged back into the water by like some sea creature, just gets like pulled back in. They're like, so.
No, I love when you put Phoenix and Krufix. It's just like,
they're fun to play off of each other because Krufix knows all the secrets of the gods. I feel like between him and I really like Chris Krufix because he's really the ultimate, like, Helliot thinks he's like all powerful, and then Krufix knows what Helliot doesn't know. It's kind of interesting. And tries to balance all that between all the gods.
Yeah. Well, Krufix even knows about planeswalkers and other
knows like
and stuff
the
like
other
that.
stuff that's going
on. And like, I don't know if you're having that be like a real thing.
It is. You guys are. I don't want to share too much, but I'll just say that
his name is based off of a planeswalker.
In my Theros, because I think in Magic Gathering, there's only 3 or 2.
Well, there's planeswalkers will come and go.
No, Titans. They've only officially made
there's only 2.
So I flesh them out, and going online and seeing some of the other Titans that other people created, I kind of use as inspiration. I made 5 of all the 5 different colors.
Okay.
And then, so in one of their episodes, my group inside of Phoenix's mind, they saw a vision of another world of a god that spans multiple universes. And they saw that god, that all 5 Titans are loose remnants of that god, all 5 different colors. What do you think that is?
Tiamat.
Yep, because you know I love Tiamat.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So like, Tiamat is like tied into my Theros as well. So yeah.
Yeah, because Tiamat like pretty much Tiamat is a like multi-dimensional god, because if she's believed in by at least one world, she will exist in that world. So even if you kill her in one world, she'll still exist in another. And that's how she can return to that world. It's like, well, I still exist over here, so I'm gonna just pop through a portal.
I'll hop over here. That's
That's nice. Really good session.
Gotta go. No, good game, guys.
Great session.
Good game. Good session. Good game to start the year.
I can't wait for that in-person Tiamat game, because
it's gonna be exciting. I meant to ask you guys when we're gonna play a game before Bill hopped off, but
and Doth hopped off too.
That's fine. I'll put it in the message. Well, Doth and Bill are pretty good. I don't really worry too much. I think Shay could be busy right now. I don't know. I never heard back from Shay. I know Benji said he was going to take a break until he gets his computer situated, because he said he didn't want to slow the party down, and I think it's literally been hampering his experience, right? And I wouldn't want to play if like every time I played I couldn't hear everybody or get the full.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, man. I was like, take your time, get it together, come back whenever you want.
Yeah.
I mean, he can Zoom on his phone.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Yeah, I don't know.
That's what I did on my trip.
But I don't know if you know, but Benji lives in the boonies, so I don't know if that uses like his data or his like phone. Like I don't know, because I remember when he lives like, unless he moved, because I remember he lives on a ranch and he got bit by like, when we first started playing with Benji. One day Benji didn't show up to a game and we found out he got bit by a rattlesnake and had to get rushed to a hospital. But the hospital was like 30 miles away or something crazy. Like he had to like, he was like.
Yeah, like right now I'm in Polsbo, Washington, in the middle of about 2 acres of woods.
Wow. But yeah, you come through just fine. So yeah.
I know it's my internet's been finicky throughout the entire session. So there are a couple times where I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah, what's going on? No, I hear you.
Yeah,
So,
I can't wait for the Tiamat game specifically because I had a previous character that he was at level 13 then died to Tiamat, and like his entire thing, he just had a massive hate boner for Tiamat because he was a crown prince.
Yeah.
And then pretty much their kingdom used to worship Tiamat, but then eventually they're like, you know what? She's evil as shit. We're not doing that anymore. So she destroyed the entire kingdom and like killed most of the people there.
Yeah.
And then he pretty much gathered up the survivors on 7 ships because that's all that was left. Went across the seas, but she ambushed them at the sea. So then only 3 of those ships made it to Faerun.
Did this happen in game, or was this backstory? Like, how much of this happened like at the table, or
so? After the ships arrived in Faerun, that is when the story kicks off because we started out at level 5.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
And then pretty much my character immediately was like, I want to go find Tiamat and kill her. But then the DM was like, no, all the people you just arrived with at sea, they're all tired. I was like, my character is just raging on. And it's funny because he wasn't even the DM thought I was playing a barbarian at first of all that rage and anger. I'm like, no, I'm just a very angry paladin.
I warn you guys, I am bringing my, a lot of times I bring my narrative. I'm gonna bring my narrative sense as much to make it a full story and D&D experience, but I'm gonna be playing Tiamat as ruthless as possible, like as cutthroat as, like, if I can down you in a turn or two, she's gonna go for it. Like, it's gonna be
all 5 heads targeting one person.
Just
move on.
in center, just
yeah.
like you get flaky bonuses because they.
Like, I don't want it to be like. It has to make narrative sense, but I'm not gonna like how I would like play. Sometimes I play my villains a little looser, but since it's a one shot, there's no reason to hold back at all. So just
she has fought in hundreds of upon hundreds of different adventures. She knows to target the healers, and
so she's already gonna know. Okay, you catch like Ebony's coming in there. Ebony gotta die. She's gotta go. Like, I don't know if Ebony realized you gotta die.
I wish I could make it.
You gonna die again today. Like,
I'm driving like 2.5 hours to get there, but I'm used to long drives.
Okay,
I'm looking forward to this.
It's gonna be fun. I think regardless of what happens, whether TPK, whether you guys beat her, whether you almost beat her, I don't know. It's gonna be fun.
She's gonna want to kill my character because it was my character's father that disobeyed her in the first place, and then